as well. So we've seen a number of instances of huge impacts at the top of Eau Rouge, and they handed second place back to car number 91, which I'd say is where we see them now. And that kind of brings us kind of reasonably up to speed. Yeah, it covers a good, decent chunk of events involving the two cars that we're obviously focused on today. And as we said, car 91 currently in second position, car 92 down in 31st. And yeah, 91 at the minute's got a chunk of traffic to try and deal with.
I mean, that's the story of the race. I mean, you ever enter into something like the benefit of Spa, and certainly one of the aspects that I most enjoy about it is that single class nature of it. And I mean, the iRacing variant of the Bathurst 12 Hours is exactly the same GT3 only cars, but a lot of people know that the series that's iRacing was set up to allow us to run the 24 hours of racing in southern France. You know, I've been participating in every event of that, and the multi-class nature of it certainly presents its own issues, and Spa is another one of those tracks that, whilst it does create great overtaking opportunities, sometimes the approach speed of some of the cars is massive. And the other story at the end of the day is look at every car in the field. Look at car 91 with the damage to the rear wing, the damage to the front, the speed differential on a straight line. You know, all these sorts of factors. It's now effectively turned into a multi-class racing source.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting how how that's just gonna how's developed is gonna continue to develop as we prepare for a little switch on our broadcast on YouTube. So we'll be running on this stream for a few more minutes, but we'll be shortly swapping to part 3 of the schedule, and we'll just make sure everything ticks over nice and cleanly as we continue watching Dimitri Yuvko on 91. Alex, how you were saying about jumping in GT3 World Championship a little while ago, what cars were missing from the rotor when you were in there? So obviously Lambo we know is a very new entry, so for sure that wasn't in there. Porsche GT3, obviously that's a new entry to the service. So the rest of the cars that we got in here, ones that you had available when you were looking at that series?
I think it was Mercedes, the BMW, like the Z4, back then. The McLaren. That might be it. I think that may have been all that was it.
So interestingly, we got so McLaren's not in. I was gonna say McLaren's aren't in this. We got one McLaren in the whole field. I kind of forgot about McLaren, so yeah, that's pretty crazy. And glad for them, and they're also out the race a long time ago as well. It looked like.
Interesting to drive too, those McLarens and on iRacing. A lot of the pros actually, by and large, if they were to pick a car to run in for the bulk of the season, tend to lean towards the McLaren just because it's sort of the most consistent across a lot more of the courses that you're gonna see within iRacing. I know obviously Verstappen, I think it is, actually really favors the Audi when a lot of people would be pulling away from that. But you know, the McLaren, it's not that difficult to drive. It's got a specific style to it, and once you adapt to it, it's phenomenal. The Porsche is very much the same, actually. A very, very specific style of driving that it rewards well, and it's actually I think the big takeaway from the McLaren is probably it has 130 liters of fuel on board, which is the most of the GT3 cars, and it has that because it has the highest fuel burn. And when you're in one of these races, that's not really what you want to be having is a heavy tank load and a high fuel burn rate.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it.
I used to love the McLaren, just the way it drove. Actually, just such a great car for feel. And like I say, it had the straight line speed. Yes, it did have the bigger fuel tank and things like that. So you had to deal with that in terms of the strategies taking longer to fill up and things like that. But yeah, I found like it just really fit my driving style back then. And that was just like I say, I could just thrash it around the racetrack all day long and enjoy that one. One of the few. So. The BMW, the Z4 was super popular back when I was doing it, and yeah, I just couldn't get my head around that at all. I felt like I was quick, but I was so slow.
So just for a little bit of introductions within the commentary team, by the way, everybody. So for yourself, Scott, Alex is actually very well. I still haven't settled on a title for you, Alex. Are we going for MD? Are we going for CEO? I still haven't quite decided. But Alex is big boss man of the Apex group running the company, sort of together with me. So yeah, welcome to your kind of trial by fire of
Wow,
jumping
it's
in your
just.
commentary with them. You know.
I mean, you said throw it in the deep end before. I thought you meant the 24-hour race. I didn't think you
Mhm.
think the guys that were in the box with me.
No pressure.
Oh. I mean, I've got to be out here displaying the best that Australia has to offer now in terms of commentary, right?
Hey, well, that's why we brought you on board, sir. So yeah. Right, so I was scheduled to finish up now. I'm planning on hanging around for a little while longer just to keep you guys company and do my kind of due diligence, and then we'll drop down to you guys for comms. I think we're all good on the switcher broadcast. Looks like. So for anyone who is still watching in the part 2 stream, you now want to be migrating across to the part 3 stream, and I'm about to spam that link in chat in case there's anyone sat there who needs it. If I can click buttons satisfactorily. So yeah, part 2 stream in YouTube will be closing. You will need to switch to part 3 to continue watching hours 12 to 15 of the broadcast of One Boys Story Racing Team from Spa 24 Hour. Right, let's have a little check in. How are the guys doing the lap times? We had a slow lap last time for car 91, 2 minutes 30, whilst I was busy yapping away. Did anybody happen to notice a particular
Pit stop.
we were on with them? Oh, they did have a pit stop. Okay.
It was an outlap. Yeah. So.
Okay, cool. So yeah, so we're back to a lap down then on no emission again. So yeah, we've got this awkward kind of half split on the pit stops between no emission and One Boy Story. So we'll see again how that just kind of ends up shaking out. But yeah, we're bouncing between that 1 lap down and minute and a half down kind of each time for now. With 31st position still for car 92. Still putting in their 27s. So again, that's fine. They're not going to pick anybody off really on pace. But yeah, if they keep plodding around, then they can get something done at least.
I mean, we've brushed on it, I guess, briefly, but the skill set's so different for a 24-hour race. But additionally, the targets, the goals, the way that you build yourself up, it's so different. I mean, they talk about it quite extensively. Obviously, being Australian, Bathurst is so iconic to me. But one of the stories that gets dragged out every year during, whether it be the Bathurst 1000, Bathurst 12-hour, is buy yourself a ticket to that last hour and a half of the race. Basically, that's what it's about. And the reason that we say that is different to the reason that you do it for iRacing, because in real life you've got the safety car that's going to neutralize the field about anywhere from 2 hours to 90 minutes to an hour prior to the end of the race, which is just an unfeasible thing for iRacing, which is fine. It's part and parcel of the when you jump into something like this, you make that adjustment. And I think that's the phase that every one of the race is in right now. It's not necessarily, sure, we've got to push, we've got to generate that amazing lap time, we've got to be at the peak performance this entire time, because that's not going to win the race. That's right now for these guys. It's just about, we just need to stay in touch with the leaders. We need to make sure we're not losing massive amounts of time to the car behind. It's just turn those laps. And additionally, drivers are going to be in better sleep. There's going to be drivers that are at the back end of their fatigue levels and those sorts of things. And you're also going to see different drivers from different portions around the world sort of phasing into their strongest section of the day, and also they're going to start to fall off as well as they start to get fatigued. So this part of the race is probably the most boring in terms of action, but it's probably the most important phase of the race if you're actually interested in being there for the end.
Absolutely, and it's a phase of a race where you could make a huge difference comparative to like other elements, right? So there was I think when Alonso did the Le Mans 24, it wasn't last year, was it? So a year before, there's a big deal that Toyota made, right, about the ridiculous pace that Alonso put in through that night stint, banging in lap after lap after lap in like incredible times. That just made like a huge difference for that car being able to win Le Mans. So like I say, it may not provide necessarily the best kind of outright action, as kind of fields spread out and there's less competitors on the track, but yeah, drivers can make a huge difference in these conditions at this sort of time for sure.
Risk and race management is the crucial factor of this section of the race too. Like the lap traffic, if you're having a look at the track map is covered. You know, you're going to be coming up on cars the entire length of the race. And remember what we were talking about with damage earlier as well. Like, you're going to come up on a car that's 5 seconds off the pace. Why is he 5 seconds off the pace? That's just the race scenario that they're in right now. There's nothing they can really do about that. That's what they're out there. And you've got to manage how you approach those guys, where you come across them in the braking zone. You could have a driver that's just about to do his first stage of the race. For example, I'm registered. My team's actually registered for the same time slot. I won't do an hour of the race until about 7 hours to go. So, you know, drivers that aren't aware of the traffic scenario, drivers that aren't aware of the drivers that are around them yet as well.
Yeah, it's a super interesting dynamic that the guys have to deal with. So we switch back to car 92 again. Still, dipped into 26s again last time by. So they're running many laps down on the leaders, of course. But good to see him still on track. There's a 25 that we see snuck in there. Thank you for that, Jonathan Grabowski, who's now also taken over broadcast duties from Samuli Kumo. But yeah, otherwise sort of 27s, 26s. It's so tough mentally, right, for these guys. So they're say hugely off pace. You know, cars significantly off damage. Like, it's tough to keep that motivation to keep pushing that car around. You know, middle of the night, trying to work out stints, who's going to be getting in the car next, and right on cue, the car number 92 comes into pit lane for their presumably scheduled fuel stop. And yeah, like I say, it's a tough one to be in that situation, to just have that determination to keep on going. But as we've been hearing during the broadcast, that's very much what the guys in the team are planning to do. They're gonna, they've started something, they're gonna finish it as long as they're physically able.
And it's that mindset as well. That's crucial, because if you can't, I'm definitely very guilty of it. I'm an early quitter.
It depends on the situation, right? That's the thing.
Yeah.
So, like, you're doing something for fun and it doesn't work out. Well, it's not fun anymore. So why am I going to keep doing it? You know, it's kind of it's that situation. You need to make that judgment, don't you?
But it's also like, and that's what the guys here from One Boys, that's what they're doing, is that their goal out here was to come out and finish a race. And goal setting, it's another crucial factor of this. Like, every time you step into the car, well, we're talking about race management, race strategy, race, that's what it is, race craft. But it's not just race craft. There's another layer to it, which is the race management aspect of it at this point in time. Every time you step into the car, you want to set, I'd say, the way that I like to think about it is a 3-goal system. A goal that is my bare minimum. This is what I want to get out of the car. And at this stage in the race, what that's going to be is I'm looking at a 2x per hour, threshold, no mistakes. The next goal up from that's, I'd like to take 5 seconds, 10 seconds out of the car ahead. Is that feasible? Is that where our car's at in terms of pace right now? Okay, well, if our car's not there in terms of pace, is it I'm going to minimize myself to a certain threshold of losing time to the car ahead? Is my goal to pick off traffic cleanly? Is my goal to be just a clean driver, understand the track? So there's all of these sorts of factors, and it's so important to goal set, especially for the 92 car right now, because they are so far off the pace, and they haven't had the race that they want. What's the next step? Is it now, okay, we're just focusing on getting to the finish line? Is that our goal? So how do we step back and do that right now? Are we targeting positions, or are we targeting race finishes? Are we targeting minimizing? Do we have an incident point goal to complete the race on, and how do we structure our race from here to get there?
It's really interesting, right? Because that sort of stuff is going to be super important for them, just purely like keeping their concentration and not, drifting off and thinking about, their shopping list they need to put together for the next day. And I don't know about you, Alex, with when you're competing at top level, were. Sorry. But but you have that. I used to have to do that at a much more granular level as well, right, to keep my concentration. So as well as I think there was like a great list of stuff that Scott gave there of like, yeah, my target for this hour and my target for traffic management and that sort of stuff. For my concentration, I had to be way more granular, and like we're on board with Youthco here. I had to be going into Buhon here, going right, one downshift, and then I'd go through Buhon, and I go right, brake marker at the 50, and then I get there and I go through it, and I had to be like giving myself almost like a bit of a running commentary the whole time to ensure that my mind was always on that task and wasn't drifting off into like autopilot. Now, I've heard a couple of our pro guys, I think I mentioned this to somewhere, and a couple of our pro drivers that we have in Apex Racing Team Alex right now kind of say the opposite. Kind of say, I think Kevin, it was in particular, Kevin Enns Jr., our top draw, PESC, race winner, was telling me he just goes into autopilot. He kind of almost deliberately just goes into autopilot, and that's the way he gets like the best like result. Like what side of that did you kind of fall on when you were competing? Did you have to be working the whole time at keeping your mind engaged, or was it more letting like the subconscious like do the work a bit more for you?
Yeah, I think certainly I wasn't to that level of degree. For me actually, I found looking at like lap times, that's kind of what I used to kind of focus on. So I was all about making sure my last lap time was either as good or as close to the previous lap time as I could kind of get. So minimize drop off when that was the case, or if it was a race where the car got quicker over the stint, it was always trying to improve that lap time so that I was either constantly getting quicker, or my tyre management was as good as it could kind of get. So that's kind of what I used to keep myself on point as well. And I mean, I don't know for like anyone who used to sort of watch some of my odd little streams that I used to do, I always had my dad in my ear as my kind of crew chief as well. We kind of did this hobby together. Yeah, he just tended to have a little knack of kind of knowing when perhaps my concentration was just drifting. And he'd just be like, yeah, focus, and it just kind of snapped me back at it. I'm assuming because I just started to ramble about mindless rubbish, on comms and things like that. Yeah, well, true. And yeah, so that would be my kind of thing. But yeah, never really like, I would definitely my best races were when I would get into the autopilot in terms of like break point, turning points, things like that. I just wouldn't think about that, and I'd just be monotonously just banging them in all the time, and then just push myself to try and improve or stay within a certain amount of drop off and things like that. That, like I say, that I felt like I always did that quite well. I remember, like, especially in the GT cars as well, like my pace early on when jumping in the car, like I'd jump in after like Antoine or whatnot, and the initial pace, the guys would be a little bit alarmed, and people were,
What a time to cross.
Yeah, so that was our P2 car, number 91, with Dimitri Yufko getting a big old whack on the left-hand door coming through the middle of the bus stop. We'll have a little look now and see exactly what developed. So Yufko, I think we're going to have a look at Rico far up again, just as we're coming through La Source, so not quite in the right spot, but all good. But yeah, looked to take quite a whack on the side there as he comes through the bus stop. Yeah, still, yeah, so we'll have a look at that in a minute when we find the replay, no worries. Yeah, no, that's really interesting, Alex, that you, like, say, for sure, like, much more on the autopilot side as well, and I think that's probably a good clue to show something I was kind of mentioning very briefly earlier about how I always felt like I was, like, one step behind, like, the true top guys. Like, I would drift into autopilot super easy, and it would be fine. but at some point I'd put a wheel on grass, and that would be, and bang, race done, sort of thing. And that's why I had to always, if I could do a race, keeping it there, it'd be all right. Right, here we go. This looks good. So Yufko going up the inside, goes up inside of 2. He does. Lambo's going to turn in, overshot. He was ambitious going for 2 spots into 1, you know. So it's tricky, you know. We don't know from that shot like how slow those guys had been for the last kind of half a lap or whatever. But yeah, you kind of look at that and go, okay, well, let's not send it into the bus stop. Let's sit back. Maybe we pick one off on the pits, on the pit straight, maybe. Who knows? And certainly the next one we get on Kemmel Straight, and you bide your time a bit. So we'll see. I mean, it looked like a fairer whack, but I mean, what do you think, Alex, of your experience of GT3 cars? I mean, I'm not sure how much that's really going to affect him performance-wise. He probably got away with it, I guess.
Yeah, I think he caught him like absolutely bang in the middle of the side of the car, so I think he'll be okay. Yeah, if it was more like a quarter panel or something like that, you know, potentially like, yeah, we could have some suspension damage, but yeah, I think he'll be okay. Maybe if we can get an onboard, we can just see how that steering wheel is tracking. So, yeah, just to see if it's you know, if we're a few degrees off or something like that.
Yeah, I think first look to me, we'll see what we think on the next replay. I don't think there was a particular issue from the guy on the outside. Felt like he gave him lots of space, and unfortunately Dimitri just overshot. Right, I think he just kind of went over the curve a bit on the inside, right? And then nowhere to go.
See what your straight line speed is going to be like down the Kemmel Straight as well.
There goes 1. There goes 2. I thought he didn't take as much curve as I thought, but yeah, he just couldn't get it stopped. So yeah, I was unfortunately just a bit optimistic, and hopefully the Lamborghini on the outside didn't take too much damage either. I was going to say, before we got kind of caught with that little incident as well, that Jonathan, our broadcaster, I believe, did spot earlier on that the car number 92 did actually move up 1 spot sort of 3-4 minutes ago when Flipball in Motorsports entered pit lane, which they're still in, so that doesn't look too good. So yeah, up into 30th spot now on number 92.
Actually, they're in 29th. Oh, that's weird. That's weird. Yeah, I wonder what's going on there on my timing screen.
Yeah, something gremlin sticking somewhere in the system, but yep, all good.
Someone's hacking the code.
I want to point out and continue back, because it's actually a really interesting conversation. This is the first time I've actually had the ability to pick 2 sort of very different styled guys as minds in terms of endurance racing as well. I'm one of these weird drivers. I take a little bit of both approaches. Bathurst for me is such an ingrained track because of you guys would have your tracks like this as well, but it's one of those tracks where if I'm focused and I'm telling myself to pick up all the brake markers, I make more mistakes than if I zone out. Here at Spa, half the track is both. Like, if I'm not actually telling myself where to brake heading into Lake Coombe, I'll miss the marker, or I'll brake too early. If I'm not actively telling myself where I need to turn in at Eau Rouge and Matillion, I'll make those mistakes, right? I'm not positioning the car correctly, I'm not turning in at the right times, I'll scrub tires, or I'll wear those sorts of things. And it's really interesting that you've got your dad's voice there as well, Ali. That's so crucial as well. And it's difficult for a lot of people to understand, because that relationship has been built up over such an extended period of time for your dad to be able to sit there, watch you and go, hey, you need to focus up a little bit more, you need to talk to yourself. And then the other thing that I wanted, we'll get through that first, actually. We'll go through that. So how long have you and your dad been working together in that aspect, and how has it changed your approach to racing, and how, I mean, the benefits now are they're just pure benefits at this point?
Yeah, so since I was 7, he's been in my ear.
Which is still, that's actually very similar, because I started racing motocross at 5. Yeah. So again, with my dad and I sat down and did a lot of stuff. So
yeah, 7. And I mean, essentially, I did my last race, I think, with my dad in my ear when I was what, 37, 38, something like that. Yeah, quite a few years.
Pretty good.
And that, what, let's say racing, what, once a month, twice a month throughout that period, if you had to stick a number on it?
When I was younger, it was weekly, and then
Because it's cheaper.
then of course there was obviously a big break where we weren't doing any kind of racing. So I just want to confirm as well, so people don't think I was sort of real racing. So that, oh no, what's going on?
Ooh, car number 92 looks yeah, hard into wall on Kemmel Straight, right? Looks like we're on. So that doesn't look good for Mantis Klupsarts. So we'll see if we're replay in a couple of minutes, and or say a couple of minutes, couple of seconds, and see what happens. So coming out of pit lane then. So cold tyres out of pit lane. Cars finished turning. We're straight. Gonna get a hit from behind. Hardware malfunction or adjusting a setting maybe on the wheel, and yeah, unfortunate. Drifted straight across. Bang, done. I'm gonna guess fiddling with a car setting
or something there. Yeah. Easily done. Yeah, win. Get
lucky,
a
lucky
get a drink or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh.
And that's a hard hit on that left corner. So yeah, that's them back in the pits and getting much more repairs, and and then do the other side for good measure as well. But,
you look at that and you're like, that's bad for the car. But they've done the best thing they possibly can.
Evened it out.
Well, not even it out, but they've stayed out of traffic's way. They're conscious that there's a whole bunch of cars arriving on the scene at 250 plus kilometers an hour, and they've ensured that those cars aren't compromised. You know, that's a phenomenal job.
That's what they just give us something to talk about, really. You know, it's like we always stop these guys talking about their. I was about to talk about radio-controlled cars. You see, that's what I was going to say. So. Yeah,
oh, really?
So that was what I did for a very young age, up until sort of about 17, I think it was. Yeah, and then for a period of time, like, we sort of introduced a radio, so he would be standing on, you know, the outside of the track, and I'd be on the rostrum controlling the car, and yeah, I'd have a little radio on my head, and he would talk to me and things like that. So when I started sim racing again, and he was getting involved, it was kind of like a rebirth of kind of what we used to do. Yeah, so it was kind of bringing back a bit of an old passion for us, the sim racing. So yeah, we did it together as a sort of father and son duo through the time when I was competing in the World Championship as well. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Would you say that RC mixed with real life racing experience, sim racing, is perfectly in the middle?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Like I say, I learned everything in terms of my racing from the RC, you know, like all the racing lines and everything else like that, you know. I didn't do any karting or anything else like that, so I think it translates really well. You know, when I come to sim racing, you know, I knew the racing lines, and that's kind of what I did, and you know, I was pretty successful, I thought.
And then, Lee, where I was actually going to go is we're going to see the 92 in pit lane to come get those extra set of repairs. It's a huge mental load when you're putting yourself through remembering every corner marker, every braking marker, every turn-in point, and you have to do a lot of study. Both methods require a lot of study. Let's not get that wrong for any point in the imagination. The relaxation method, whereby you zone out and you're in that zone, that's instinct driving because you've done so many laps worth of practice. You've had to do some of that high mental load stuff to prepare yourself and get the braking markers and everything down, so that you can be driving in that zoned out mode. But then there's the opposite side of the coin where you continue that high mental load stuff. It's quite taxing over longer periods of time, and it would have taken a long time to build up the fortitude and the endurance to be able to do that as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think I think it just demonstrates, like I say, the fact that it wasn't going to ever quite be at the same level, because, like you say, if you're having to use conscious parts of your brain just to do what should be kind of the fairly fundamental parts of the task, then what happens when car spins in front of you, or you know, you do make a mistake and you've got to deal with it. Like, you've got less to play with, and you know, strategies and time management and that sort of stuff. So So yeah, endurance sort of events like this were never really something that that lined up at the right sort of time as me taking iRacing seriously. I was discussing earlier in the broadcast that I think I'd kind of pretty much wound down my driving by the time like 24-hour events and stuff were a thing really on iRacing, as we watched Dimitri just try to negotiate Ferrari as he comes off of Wuhan, and yep, lets them pine nice and neatly, thank you. So I think that would have been like a huge issue on endurance stuff, whereas like sort of Grand Prix style things that we were doing, sort of 1.5 hour type of races was probably just about, as Dimitri puts a wheel on the gravel, just about kind of okay. But yeah, I would find as well that kind of in a way autopilot was the best thing for me, but there would be a mistake somewhere that would cost me the race, and so that's why I had to kind of somehow try and not allow that mistake to happen, and it meant I had to kind of use more resources maybe to do that. I don't know. I think it comes down
it's
to
also
kind of, sorry, I think it comes down to a fairly fundamental bit as well of like I just don't think my hand-eye coordination was quite as good as the guys at the elite level, and again that's part of like forcing that connection to stay as prominent as possible the whole time.
Says to me, it's quite important as well to talk about setups and sim racing setups at this aspect of things. The time period that you're talking about, virtual reality just wasn't an option during that time period as well. So I can see either single or triple, monitor style setups. But it's very interesting. Part of being successful. And if you talk to any of the professional drivers, I guarantee you, if you were to jump up and talk of Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, you jump across to the guys that are in V8 supercars, Shane Van Gisbergen and Jamie Whincup, you jump across and then you talk to the GT3 guys, you talk to the NASCAR guys. Understanding the driver that they are is a very, very critical aspect to it. Then none of these guys are going out there and trying to force themselves to be somebody they're not, because that's going to make more mistakes than it's worth.
Yeah, you got to work to you got to find your strengths and be able to work to them, right? That's going to be a pretty critical part of being successful in anything.
I think I understand more, Lee, why some of your, when you did the how was this guy world championship driver streams?
Yeah,
I think now I understand why a lot of your streams, you were talking through everything you were doing, kind of thing, because it was kind of actually keeping you on point for what you needed,
It was people would, like I say, kind of be a bit blown away about me like having a pretty kind of casual conversation about car behind, car ahead, break, why I'm doing this, why I'm doing that, and like I say, it was actually to kind of keep concentration. But like I say, it's interesting because it kind of worked well enough for me, but like I say, for sure you don't want to be doing like an additional task like that, so it's kind of interesting. But no, I found it fairly straightforward, giving like a running commentary during a real race that I kind of cared about to a reasonable amount, so yeah, it was kind of interesting. Right, I don't know how early you started kind of tuning in at all, Scott, earlier on, but I did ask Alex Simpson the first of our little mini Spa history quiz questions that we have that Sam Fitzpatrick had lined up for us earlier on. So we can quickly ask that to you as well, and then we can roll on to question 2 for both of you, I think. I'm guessing you didn't hear that first question earlier on, Scott?
No, I haven't had the opportunity. Unfortunately, I've been super busy and engaged, because you've got to remember, for Australia, this time slot started at 10 p.m. Australian time.
Yep.
So I was there helping my drivers get through the first couple of hours as well. So quite hectic accidents happening, which I'll talk about why that happened later on as well too, because there is a really interesting bit of statistics that says why accidents happen at that period of time. Sorry, you were about to say something?
Well, I was just going to say, if Scott gets it right, I'm just going to call it and just say he heard the answer. So.
Right. Okay. So yeah. So very quickly, then we'll just repeat the question I asked Alex earlier on. What is your guess of an answer, Scott Rankin, for when the first? I'm going to clarify the question, because I believe this is exactly what Sam meant. When was the first Grand Prix race at the historic
the
old version of the Spa circuit? So when was the first Grand Prix race at Spa on the historic circuit? And you can guess within a decade we're allowing.
See, this is I don't know if you're going to allow me to say Project Cars on this broadcast, but that's up to you. I mean, you guys are looking at that straight away. How dare I say such filth? How dare I bring blasphemy into the golden age of simulators? But I actually used to really enjoy running that track, that old layout on Project Cards, because it's different, it's unique, you know, it brings something different. I want to say the first major race was the 40s? But that would be World War II.
That Alex
Oh, you're kidding me.
also answered with, so good, consistent.
It's wrong.
1920s would have been the accepted answer. 1925, we believe, was
because the first number that jumped out at me was 1918, and I have no idea why that was, but I was sitting there going like, Model Ts like would have been still crawling around at that stage, like.
Yeah, well, say not far off, 1925. So yeah, it wouldn't have been a million miles away. Anyway, I just wanted to get that quick one done, so now we can do question 2 for both of you. You can kind of have a think about it for as long as you want. You can also bring up a track map if you like. I certainly did when I answered it after I got permission. So the question is, on the original historic circuit, there were 3 villages/towns that the circuit passed through. Right? Car in front of Dmitriev hard into pit lane. Fortunate for Dmitriev to avoid. Yeah, there are 3 villages/towns that the old original circuit passed through. Name those 3 villages/towns. I got a hint also from Sam, which I'll pass on immediately. 2 of those 3 villages/towns are corner names on the circuit. In your own time, whenever you've got a track map to look at to refer to, you may place your guesses.
Okay, so I know obviously it does. It's the current layout is outside of Spa, so village of Spa. And I believe the old layout used to pass through it. And I'm just I think, is it Ruxelles? There's one of the other. Alex, are you any good with the track name, with the corner names around here?
Just having a quick well, yeah.
No, you're not gonna jump out here and be like, oh yeah, it's Lacoum. Lacoum's one of the towns, right? Far out.
That's a good question.
I love
right?
this
and
stuff.
It's frustrating as well.
I love this stuff, by the way. This is the sort of trivia that I enjoy. It's like racing trivia.
Just while we're mulling over that, by the way, sorry, no emission racing from the lead are in pit lane, so we should see car 91 close up to the lead lap again whilst we're in that.
So, okay, so we're allowed to look at a map. It's too late. I already have looked at one. Yeah. So based on where these corners are, I'm guessing this would make some sense then. So what, Malmedy?
Okay, I will not acknowledge or not acknowledge for now. But I'll let you say,
Stavelo.
Okay, so those are your 2 corner name kind of guesses. You can maybe then consider what the third one might be. That isn't a corner name, but it's a name you'll know. It's relevant to the circuit and stuff. Do you agree, disagree, Mr. Scott Rankin? Do you have any different corner guesses? I know you kind of pushed a couple out there a second ago. I don't know if those are ones that you're settling with.
Well, I mean, you've got to remember as well, like, you guys have an advantage here because you are geographically much closer to the circuit.
Yeah.
I
can practically see it.
Yeah. Well, compared to me, you basically just stare out the living room window, and you're like, oh, there it is, right there in front of me. I want to say Rivage, actually. And the other one I'm looking at is either Fagnier or Blanchimont.
Okay. Well,
but I'm gonna go with Blanchimont.
Okay, cool. Right. Okay, so we have your corner name answers for both of you, and then do you have your third guess of it's not a corner name, but it is something relevant to the circuit that was a village/town that it originally passed through?
I mean, it's called Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, but I know Francorchamps is like 12 miles or something away from the current layout, from memory.
Interesting. 12 miles, you say?
But that's
what I thought. But then again, geographically, I'm in the wrong area to know this sort of stuff, because, like, to me, you say 12 miles, and I'm like, oh, that's just a pop to the shops, really. Like, in terms of Australian geography,
Right, Mr. Alex Simpson, I have to press you for an answer as well, sir.
Yeah, well, I'll go with Francorchamps as well then.
Okay, cool. Right. So one of you has scored 1 point out of 3, and the other one has scored 3 points out of 3 for the other one.
Oh,
so
no
it's a
way.
matter of which of which. Now, I'm pleased to say that Mr. Alex Simpson picked the same corner names that I did of Malmedy and Stavelo, and those that were indeed 2 villages that the circuit passed through. And then, as you both said, Francorchamps, according to Sam Fitzpatrick, was also a town/village that the original circuit passed through. So there we go. Malmedy, Stavelo, and Francorchamps were the town/villages.
And
yeah, I didn't,
for
get
the
the, I didn't get the
viewers-
Francorchamps bit, Alex, for me. I guessed Ardennes for like the Ardennes forest or whatever it is.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And just a reminder that never take an Australian into Europe and ask them for directions.
Well, I mean, we were on the right line. The interesting bit was on the right lines there, Alex. Of yeah, like say, where would it make sense for the circuit to have carried on? You know, that was certainly what I looked at the corners. You know. So yeah, anyway, there we go. A bit of a digression for a while, but yeah, I like that question. We have one more question available to us, which we'll ask a little while later. Awesome. One Boys Racing are indeed back on the lead lap. 2 minutes 44 from no emissions. So actually they haven't quite got back on the lead lap then. I correct that actually. So they haven't quite, unless we just need to let timing things sort themselves out for a touch longer. Okay, yeah, thank you, Jonathan. Is your mic coming through on broadcast, by the way? So just so I know.
Right now.
Yeah, perfect. There you go. I don't need to repeat.
You wanted
it
to
as
ask us a question as well, didn't you, Jonathan?
I
earlier on?
decided, you guys were talking about elite sim racers. As lead announcers, you guys have been around. What are the character qualities that the elite guys have? They all have.
Competitiveness, like just sheer, like bloody mindedness. Like I will compete at the highest level, and I will stick at this until, you know, my hands have blisters on them, and I've got those last 2 tenths that I needed. Like that's my kind of immediate answer, Alex. I don't know if you've got much that you want to build on that. As a Team Team Brit going to pit lane from 8th position.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, just that crazy degree of competitiveness is absolutely essential. Sheer determination to study their teammates' lap times and just try and beat them. That ultra competitiveness is what really, I think, determines them. You know, if they're happy to be 3 or 4 tenths down or something like that, you know, they're not an elite guy. Yeah, the ones that physically get upset when their teammates are beating them, yeah, makes a difference. And yeah, I have to see, of course, in our own team that they're constantly posting their own sort of sector times and hot lap times in an effort to motivate each other to kind of go out there and find some more time. And again, they'll all study their data and things like that. So yeah, that's the number one thing I think for me. So, and that obviously internally is one thing as well, but then of course externally as well. So, you know, they see how well other teams are doing, and the determination to beat them is somewhat crazy. So, I mean, I don't mind giving a prime example of that as well. So, we were talking about the Delara IRO1 series is currently going for a new qualifier to get into a new World Championship series, and our guys are kind of going for that. And they obviously done a load of testing and practice, and 2 days before the big strength, or well, 1 day, sorry, before the strength of field race, a couple of fairly sort of well-known open wheel drivers were doing some practice in an open session, and our guys realized that they were 0.8 of a second off pace. So they'd obviously got something kind of wrong with the setup, and I had never quite seen the levels of commitment that I'd seen from the guys to rally together to rebuild the setup in what was essentially 24 hours, even though they've been sort of working on it for about 2 weeks. You know, so just completely stripped it back and just put hours and hours and hours in just over that kind of day, just to get. I mean, I think they clawed it back about half a second. They didn't find it all the time, but they were able to compete on that first week, and I think that's, you know, I think somebody who is not elite would have just gone, oh well, you know. But no, they just rallied together and just absolutely just stuck with it. And I mean, they learned an awful lot. And the next 3 weeks so far, they've come out on top as well. So you know, all that effort was worthwhile.
Good question.
And sorry for the long answer.
That was a great answer.
Are you kidding?
So- that
Oh
was
yeah,
fantastic.
give me more of that.
So at that level, Alex, are you just since these people are so highly motivated, you're just kind of channeling that.
I mean, I would like to sort of sit here and go, oh yeah, absolutely, I'm doing that. But I'll be quite. I was about to say, I'll be quite honest and sort of say the way the team is kind of structured, that we have sort of 4 senior drivers who, you know, they're there to really drive the team forward and make sure that, you know, kind of everyone is on point and doing what they need to be doing. I will obviously help out in terms of where I can and making sure you know, teams are sort of registered, signed up, if they need team manager there to do protests and things like that. You know, I'm kind of there for that. I'll do sort of post-race sort of debriefs with them for the major events and things like that, so that I understand, you know, perhaps things that went wrong and, you know, what they need to do to kind of like tweak and fix that for the future so it doesn't happen again. And then, you know, perhaps things that we are missing in terms of whether it could be sort of technology or software that could help us improve. You know, we have built sort of SDK Gaming to, you know, some of the features in there, the fuel features and things like that, to make sure that we've got good fuel numbers and things like that for all of our endurance racing that we do. So yeah, that's kind of like where I'm at. Like I say, the 4 main guys are the ones that really push the rest of the other drivers all on forwards.
Car number 92 back out of pit lane. Let's see
Nice.
yeah, how
It's
they're
got
doing. Oh, it's crabbing a bit, is it? Maybe. Might just be my angle. We'll see.
Yeah, is it getting up to speed? Don't know. Maybe. Only 220 kilometers an hour there. Trying to get out of the way.
Ooh,
Oh.
there's more coming.
Not at all.
Yeah, so yeah, tricky couple of first corners for Andris Yuvko. So we'll see how he gets on as to just settling in and yeah, getting a feel for the car and seeing what kind of condition it's going to be in for him to drive. But very, very tentative for now, which so you can understand. But you need to make sure they're not.
You're going to get knocked off the track very quickly.
Yeah.
I think people will not have the patience for this. So that's the thing. You've got to be. This is where, like, you know, in some of the racing, we used to have like the 107% rule and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, I think if you can't kind of like go around at that sort of speed, then you actually become a
Hazard.
you know, a huge hazard. Yeah. So.
But then again, this is these guys coming out of the pit. This is an out lap. This is an exploratory lap for these guys. Right now, they don't have any faith that the car's going to respond in the way that they want it to respond. So, and it's been quite a bad lap. If you have a look at how spread out and where the gaps are on track and those sorts of things, these guys have been caught. They come out of the pits and there was a huge queue of cars immediately behind them. So it's I understand, I agree, 100% rule, which is why I'm one of the big proponents of it as well, because it just keeps things consistent. But at the end of the day, you've also got to allow the teams to put their cars out there on the track and make sure that they are capable of doing that 107%, and we're just in that phase right now.
Yeah,
Yep,
Blanchimont always a test, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can get through there, you know, that's always a scary one. Like, you know, it's bad enough in these GT cars when they're perfectly handling well But yeah, let it know where you might have some suspension damage. But it seems like he's a bit more up to speed now. That's the important thing.
I mean, obviously, accidents are not what you want to be having, Alex. But I've gotten quite good through practice. Not because I should necessarily have practice, but because I've ended up with a lot of practice at driving damaged race cars on iRacing. But in real life, what's like, you understand that it's damaged pretty much as soon as you put your hands on the wheel, and what's the feeling of that like, trying to get it back to the nearest safe exit point, effectively?
Yeah, it's tricky, and you are right. Like literally, you know instantly that you've got a car that's going to be tricky. The first left-hander, the first right-hander that you go into, you kind of know whether the car is going to be tracking or understeering or oversteering, kind of what is going on. And yeah, like I say, it's tricky when you've got cars coming at you left, right, and centre. Yeah, you just kind of got to try and get off the racing line as fast as you can, I think, and just, like I say, let them get by and then go carry on exploring until you're comfortable with what the car's doing. Because it does look like he's struggling a little bit just to understand it. The steering doesn't look, I mean, it's hard to tell obviously with the night light in the car, but the car looks like it's tracking straight, I would say. So I'm not necessarily seeing it being twitchy through these corners, so it's just going to take a few laps, I think, just to get kind of up to speed.
And the other thing is, this is cold tires as well, so this isn't optimum grip level either. And something that cannot be understated is a lot of that outlap they were on the marbles too. So their understanding of what the car does in proper conditions isn't going to be there for another number of laps yet, and they've still got to deal with that around traffic. That's, you don't want to ruin anyone's race. It's the other side of that coin as well.
Yeah, he's got quite a bit of time right now, just to, you know, no one kind of behind him, no one really in front of him, so he can really, I say that as someone's coming up at a rate of knots, but yeah, just, like you say, it's all, you know, actually there's the other thing as well that comes in, you know, when it's not so bad when the car has been involved in a couple of things and you're having it repaired, actually got the teammates behind them right now, so maybe they just wanted a bit of a show, you know?
Yeah.
There you go, there's your shot that you're
photo.
after. Yeah, a photo op opportunity. So, but I mean, I know when I jump in a car and like my teammates just done a kind of stint and things like that, I'm always super nervous when I get in the car and I'm a bit slowed the first couple of laps to settle in, just because the last thing you want to do is get in the car and the first lap you're literally bang damaged.
Because, I mean, the other thing is, if it happens at the back end of the stint, it happens at the back end of the stint. Like, you know, you're about to be coming into the pits, but if it's that first lap, you've got to, and the car's drivable, then you've got to deal with that until you can get back around to the pits and they can actually have a direct look at it, until somebody sees a spike in data as well.
Yeah, so I think Andreas building up some speed here a little bit as well. So, like I said, I think like the car's okay. Just yeah, got to build a bit of confidence in it, and that it's going to be on a lap okay. Looking at the 91 car, definitely they are exchanging lap times with the leaders. So you know, we were a bit concerned with the incident that they had, that it was going to be everything's going to fall off and be gobbled up a little bit by the cars chasing them. But they've still got, you know, nearly a 2-minute gap over Elysium Racing, and kind of holding on. So, yeah, one little incident for no emission, and I think you know, they got a chance of being right in for a fight to win this race again, even with the car that's you know, probably sort of 10 kilometers an hour down on a straight line.
But Team Emission haven't had a clean race either, and you know, that's, I mean, it was actually really interesting. I did a broadcasted race yesterday for another broadcaster, and the car that ended up winning the race wasn't necessarily the out and out fastest car on the track. It was the car that stayed away from all of the drama that was unfolding around them within the race, and that's so important. And then you multiply that by not just the race that they're currently doing, but then you multiply that across 2-hour stint. Well, that's 1 2-hour stint. Now across a 4-hour stint. Now across a 6-hour stint. You know, it's so important to stay drama free, whether it be a sprint race or whether it be this. But the cost of getting yourself involved in things is so much higher when there is such a longer period of the race to go.
Yeah, I've pretty much echoed what I said when I jumped on the comms, really. Was that, you know, we are now at the halfway point of the race, where earlier on we weren't, you know, so what has happened already, you know, could essentially happen again, you know, but just to somebody else. So, like, you're not out of it by any means at this point. There could be just as equal sort of damage and incidents that can occur to anyone running. So while they might be maybe 1 or 2 seconds down on pace right now, that could easily flip for the remainder of the race, and you know, they can hunt them back down.
It's actually a good opportunity.
Yeah, sorry,
Um,
Scott. That was Car 92 got going 2:37 last time by. So yeah, they're really struggling with this damaged car now, aren't they? Like I say, we'll have to see if they can just keep themselves out of trouble.
I'm actually really curious to pick your brain as well, because I mean, not having the chance to do anything other than motocross racing myself, what tracks have you actually been on, Alex?
So I haven't. Yeah, so I don't know if you've got the wrong end of the stick. So I haven't done any real.
You did
racing,
RC.
sorry.
Oh.
RC racing. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, see, I thought
then
you'd done some real life driving. Okay, all right, that makes so much more sense.
Yeah, there you go. That's why I was saying, though, you know, everything I learned come from that, you know, in terms of racing. So it transitioned quite well in sim racing. All the sort of some of the setup technology of the cars back then all translates over to sort of sim racing well, and or across all the racing lines are all the same and things like that. But yeah, no. So I have never done any real racing apart from, you know, a bit of casual karting and some couple of track days and things like that. Yeah, so I have driven on Silverstone in a few cars, but yeah, like I say, that was not racing.
Oh mate, that's a dream. Doesn't matter. A track day at Silverstone, or even just an exploratory. This is what Silverstone looks like. This is maggots. This is like still that sort of stuff. It's like, it's like going to Wembley. It's like going, you know, to a stadium anywhere. It's just such a. I still haven't been to Bathurst, to be perfectly honest with you, and it's definitely a dream. And I think once COVID settles down again, it's going to be something that I'll try and achieve in the near future. So.
Yep. Yeah, when you're allowed to move about again.
Yeah, well, we've been in lockdown. I actually looked it up last night. I haven't left the house in 6 weeks.
Wow.
So.
Sounds like a dream. I've been my ongoing line is that I've been preparing for COVID my entire life. But yeah. Right. My 4 hours are coming to an end, so I think I'm going to leave you gentlemen there. I know
with that line, you're leaving us with that line.
Yeah,
He's going to just exit stage left.
Yeah.
I've prepared for COVID my entire life. Speaking of which, have fun.
Yeah. I know Mr. Dennis Branch is or was listening in a second ago, so I'm going to see if I can drag myself out of bed in 5 hours, Dennis, to try and help cover a little bit of thinness with our commentary to help you out later on. Yeah, enjoy the rest of the race to you guys. If you can try and do me a little bit of a favour and kind of keep the odd note going if there is anything relevant on the little sheet that you should have linked. and that should be it. Have a good one, and I'll catch up with how everything's gone on whilst I'm gone. Yeah, Alex has got 1 more hour to enjoy with you, Scott, and then it will be yourself and Jonathan for a couple of hours after that.
Look, if you get some messages from Alex in about 10 minutes time saying, "Help me, please God, get me out of here,"
I'll just ignore him like I do normally. Yes.
They'll be here all week, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, awesome.
Yeah,
Hey, you guys, have a good one.
thanks,
I'll see you later.
And yeah, catch you for the next bit.
Will do. Cheers. Bye bye.
Yeah, so Scott, just and apologies for those watching. Obviously, with the endurance racing and things like that, you know, the commentary can go in all kinds of different tangents while we keep a little eye on what's going on. So tell me a little bit about the motocross stuff that you did then.
Yeah, so my dad actually was doing it when I was probably 3, 4. He did BMX as a kid, and then it's him and with his brother actually, and then with as they got older, you know, well, they both got bigger budgets, and those bigger budgets for my dad first evolved to buying cars, and that wasn't good enough because there wasn't really anywhere to race the cars around, so they went to the next best thing, which was motorcycling. My dad was actually one of the better bike racers in the region, and then Santa put 2 Pee-wee 50s under the Christmas tree in 1995? 96. No, it would have been 95. And my brother and I started racing the very next year. So I was lucky enough to be, like you said, racing basically every weekend. I think we tracked it for about 3 years in a row. It was 48 weekends a year that we were racing. And I was privileged enough to win an Australian title in the year 2000. So.
I'm sorry to interrupt very quickly. A disaster has struck. I had one more question that I need to very quickly ask before I leave everybody with.
Of course, the third question for the
third question of the quiz. I'm very sorry. And Jonathan, of course, you're welcome to pitch in with a guest.
Well,
if you would like as well.
I was watching earlier, so I heard the
Okay,
answers.
Cheater.
I am not getting involved. I'm staying out of it.
So, super quick, what decade was the modern style Spa built? So, as in, I know there's been like various versions over the years, but when did it change from the old giant circuit that we were talking about earlier to the Grand Prix style circuit that we now know? Again, a decade is acceptable.
I'm gonna say the 70s.
I'm going to say the 60s.
Cool. Both very sensible guesses. Mr. Alex Simpson just about scrapes in there because it was 1979, which is a tiny bit later than I thought. I also guessed 70s as did Alex. So that was my passing gift. Sorry to interrupt your conversation. Thank you very much. Bye.
So, yeah, but,
Thanks, Lee.
but before you leave, where are we ranked?
Yeah.
Points and stuff like
Okay,
that.
well, I'm going to see. Fitzpatrick may need to go through the leaderboard or something. I'm not sure we were organised enough with results, but yeah.
Do we even know how accurate he is?
I'm one of these. I'm one of these elite drivers, you see. So I'm competitive. Yeah, I want to know where I am.
Well, I was about to say, you can be competitive all you like. I'm sitting over here with 1 point from 3 questions.
Okay, well, for now, I'm just going to write down me and Alex because I think everyone else has failed pretty miserably as far as I can see. So let's engage brain. We were both correct on the decade that first Spa was. No, wait, Alex was wrong. He
No,
said 40s.
I was wrong. I said 40s.
I was right.
Yeah.
Alex got all 3 towns and villages, but only got 2. And we both got 70s. So we are a draw, sir. How boring. What a waste of time.
Yep.
Just say I'm P1. That's all he wants to hear. I'm P1.
solid. That's it. Alright, cheers. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Enjoy. Bye. And so, in terms of just continuing on sort of like the history lesson, then from you, Scott. So, obviously, you did the motocross. So, have you done any car stuff?
No.
Real,
Well,
or
I mean,
sort of into the sim racing sort of world.
Well, I've driven go-karts like a couple of times, obviously the higher karts and things, until COVID ruined my last two. Literally, the 2 COVID flare-ups that have happened in Australia in my region have happened on my birthday both years. So, anyway, my last actually most recent birthday party, we were looking for high-powered go-karts to go and race around and have some fun with, but that never happened. Anyway, I've driven, not much. Competed sort of at a higher level on not necessarily motocross, but so motocross bikes. The Australian title is what they term long track, which is effectively oval, but short tracks a distance of I think 500 meters and long tracks 800 meters or more. I think I have a feeling I'm very wrong in terms of those regulations. So I won the Australian title for long track that year, but was top 3 in all of the other disciplines of non-jump based racing for motorcycles for that year. But basically was continuing to make finals of Australian titles up until the time I was about, so that was when I was 9, continued making Aussie finals up until about the time I was 13, 14, and the budget sort of just ran out. It was small family, small country town, didn't really... And Australia, the biggest issue with Australia is definitely the geography of where everything's placed, so that it sort of petered out, and we just kept having fun with it, and I actually ended up injuring my back at age 12 in a freak accident, so not a major injury, but definitely something that slowed me back down. Look, motocross, I watch bikes fly past me whenever I'm out driving, and wish I could still be out there racing motocross, because, and definitely road racing, that's where my heart is, to be perfectly honest with you. They say that Supercross is when they do the testing on all the athletes, and the facilities that they need to be the best athletes, and what they need to be physically. Apparently Supercross athletes rank at the highest in terms of their CO2 maxes and those sorts of things. So they experience some of the highest intensity sports in the world, which is, I thought that was insanely interesting.
Scott, I'm a big moto fan. And my quick question, any prominent now moto racers that you raced against that people in the US would know?
Would you guys know Jay Marmont?
Yeah, I'm a moto fan. I'm aware of Jay Marmont.
Yeah, so Supercross fan, yeah. Well, there's a difference, right? Because I can say moto, and you say, oh yeah, moto, and you mean motocross, Supercross. And then I say moto to other people, and they're MotoGP guys. They're, Valentino Rossi fans, so those completely... So, Jay Marmont was at national title. I didn't race against him. He was about, I think, 5-6 years older than I was. But he was at a lot of the national titles that he were. So we've got stories of his family.
We just need to say 91 obviously into the pits, which is just scheduled, so nothing out of the ordinary there. Oh yeah, Maris in, so let's see how he does in terms of pace and performance when he comes out. His teammates sort of fluttering around that sort of 2 minutes 22 to 2 minutes sort of 24 laps, so that's what we were looking for Marius to be able to do. Sorry Scott, carry on while they're just filling up here.
I'm just trying to think of anyone else. There's a guy that I think races, I forget what it's called now, but it's like natural terrain stuff, and it's effectively endurance racing of a part, but it's like, I think it's called GNCC racing. That's it. That's the one. GNCC. Is it Dean Ferris? No, it's not Dean Ferris. There's a guy that used to run all the same sort of basically from our local club area. Josh Strang. His dad owns a motorcycle shop that sponsored the series that my parents started. So we actually know the Strang family quite well.
found it interesting you were saying about, you know, budgets and things like that all come into play as well. It just doesn't matter what type of motorsport you do, you know, so much of it revolves around budget, and this is one of the beauties of, you know, sim racing and how it's evolving and things like that, that, you know, you can get I mean, I'll say like a G27 or whatever the equivalent Logitech wheel is now, you know, and pedals and sort of fairly basic PC, and you can compete to some level relatively well, you know, so the barriers to entry are so much lower. I mean, yeah, there are direct drives and all sorts of things that you can spend a bit of money on, but there's nowhere near like any sort of motorsport. And prize monies are creeping up. There are, you know, full-time sim racers now. You know, there are sponsorship endorsements coming and things like that. You know, there's the fact that you can obviously be extremely competitive and yeah, make a living out of this now as well. Where before it really is, or any other motorsport, like I say, it's just all about, you know, having some funds to push on and go forward.
Well, see, I've actually gotten the opportunity to chat to Shane Van Gisbergen as part of one of the Australian series I cover quite a bit lately, and that guy, he's literally out here. This is his hobby. He's just insanely good at his hobby, and he gets paid in real life to do his hobby. Now, admittedly, his hobby, you know, he has to train quite aggressively for, but the guy, he's literally out there just to have fun. That's all he wants to do at the end of the day. You know, so, and the fact that he gets to do that at such a high level is just, it's insane. You know, you talk to the guy and you think, oh, yeah, you know, he's going to be a little bit serious, or, you know, the field was a little bit closer to him than it was last week. He might be a little bit, no, the guy's loving it. He's literally enjoying every single moment.
Yeah, that's awesome, isn't it? You know, so but again, like you know, he's got good marketing head on his shoulders, though. You know, he's been able to get the endorsements that he needs to be able to pursue that hobby all the way to, you know, as in Australia, to the highest level. You know.
Yeah, but you know, you can't do that without the backing and things, and it is like that. And there was a deal that got handed to me at a young age, and something happened for whatever reason. We effectively couldn't take it on, and just the difference in the next year of you know, where that sponsorship would have potentially taken us and things that we'd been able to do is night and day. So you know, you could talk about all these success stories at the end of the day of the week, but I know very, very painfully the other side of the coin. It's a lot of it's luck. I mean, in motorsport, if somebody doesn't come across you at the right stage and pick you up for the right reasons, then the dream will die. But then again, if you're good enough and things happen in the right way, then it will happen. And, you know, it's not like other sports in the way, like, I mean, you look at, let's say soccer, let's say football, let's say hockey, three very distinct types of sports, right? But all very team-based sports. What's a full hockey kit going to cost you? Let's say you're a goalkeeper. Let's really amp it up. You're an ice hockey goalkeeper. What's a full kit going to cost you? It's probably going to cost you, you know, to get the proper level of padding and things, multiple thousands of dollars. Well, to compete at this level in motocross, you're going to buy a new bike every year unless they hand it to you. So a new bike's going to cost you $10,000. Then you're going to have to maintain that bike throughout the year. You may have to do, if something goes wrong, you may have to do an engine change. Well, engine change is going to cost you $2 to $3 grand for a brand new engine, plus the labor, plus the oils, plus the transport of getting the things to, and that's a very distinct and very important cost in physical motorsports as well. You're transporting what, a 1 ton car, 1.5 ton car. You know, go-karts obviously, what, 100 kilos, 150 kilos, you know, those sorts of things. So that is costs that you have to weigh up, and transport and logistics are a very real cost of those sorts of things, even from a rookie level. So
Yeah, I was
and,
speaking
you know,
to somebody last week, and they'll have to forgive me because I can't remember who it was off the top of my head now. But they were saying, obviously, they were competing, you know, in karting, very sort of high level.
Oh, and they do engine changes per meeting. They may go to a national level event or a very high tier event, and the engine in those
Pretty
things
sure
might do
it was-
one race.
It was national and worlds, I think they were doing, and you know, there's hundreds of thousands of dollars going into that, you know, per year kind of thing. So it is, yeah, it's crazy how much money needs to be put into sort of into real motorsport as well. So yeah, again, this is just why I love sim racing, because to some extent it just gets us very close in our own little world. Without having to have that massive paycheck needed.
And side benefit, we can still do it during COVID.
Yeah, true.
Is that the sun starting to come up? Is that sky starting to get brighter? Did I just see that?
Nah, surely not. What is the in-sim time?
It's 5 a.m.
Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, just coming up there a little bit. So. I did just see the graphic that Jonathan brought up for us there as well. So at least in racing actually dropped back now. So they were sort of 1 minute 50 back, probably sort of 10-15 minutes ago. Now 2 minutes 9 back. So it's looking good for the One Boy Story Racing Team car number 91 to hold on to a podium position. And possibly second. I don't think they've got anything for no emissions, unfortunately. They have been constantly putting in, 1 or 2 seconds a lap faster. Or, well, I say that, it was only half a second this last lap just gone. Yeah, they've pulled it out to pretty much 2 laps in the lead now. So, unless some major incident happens, I think they're going to struggle to win this one. On outright pace. So, but yeah, podium is looking particularly good.
What we were talking about before, about goal adjustment as well, that's important for those guys at this point in time. They may not necessarily in the picture for an outright win, but you just shift that bar a little. You go, okay, well, we're going to finish. If you're not racing anybody as well, having a goal is still important. Are we going to finish 1 lap behind the car ahead of us, right? We know that we're not going to be able to catch them. We know that we're not going to be able to overtake them. What's our margin? Because then you start driving to a goal. It means your driving still has purpose. It means you're still looking for every apex. It means you're still looking to try and do your best, So that's very, very important for them.
Yeah, I agree.
I love psychology.
Like you say, just setting that goal to keep that gap to sort of P3, and just work the traffic really well is kind of what they need.
So this is a difficult phase of their lap here, is just managing the traffic as well. Very, very important. You can just see it, like, interesting to talk about, especially at this level, because there's a lot of, I mean, if you talk about, say, the racing series, like, 24 Hours of Lemons, which is taking off in terms of popularity over the last couple of years, because it's a cheap way for people to get into racing and still be competitive, and everyone that's out there thoroughly enjoys it, right? I have no idea where I was going with that point. There was a reason to that. Traffic management. That's where I was going with that one. Yes. Traffic. It comes up a lot, and a lot of people say it all the time, but it's keep to your line. Keep doing what you're doing, and when the leader gets there, they will put the nose down. Now we see it in terms of professional races. We see a lot of our favorite drivers, when they are getting lapped, they will pull out of the way. That's because the racing rules that they're under are very, very different, and it is far easier for everyone involved for them to drop their pace by, say, half a second, let the car through, get back in line, right? It lets everyone races flow on. But at this level, it's such a different driving style. Going back to motocross sort of stuff, I actually got the opportunity to participate in an endurance race on a dirt bike on a go-kart track recently. When I say recently, I mean before COVID struck. And one of the things that they were all talking about to me, and my wife actually come to me after the race and said, "Hey, you were actually a little bit of a hazard whilst you're out there on track." And this is me who's been racing for 15 years, and my wife who's only been following racing since she's been with me, which is 10 years. You're actually a bit of a hazard out there on the track, and your dad was actually talking to me about it throughout the time, because you're altering your line to try and get out of the leader's ways. And there was about 3 or 4 opportunities where you nearly caused the lead riders to have an accident. And it wasn't until she actually pulled me aside and gave it to me with examples directly from my own driving that it really struck home to me. But it is that. It's, you keep doing what you're doing, the leader will shove their nose, then you roll out at this level, right? Because they know what they're doing, they know what they're expecting. The instant that you change your driving behavior, they're not expecting that, and that's where the accidents happen.
You see that all the time, actually, in sim racing. You know,
it's people trying to do the right thing.
Yep, yeah, that's what they're doing.
And ultimately, it's come up actually. I had an argument with somebody about blue flag rules in iRacing recently. I said to them, "Look, the blue flag rule in iRacing
there is a little battle going on the track right now, and there is a little move up the inside into the bus stop. Are we going to see a position change? This is sort of for, this is 6th and 7th on the circuit. Yeah, so Donkey got racing, yeah, and then the number 2 car there as well. So Planeswalkers racing green, just while our our One Boy Story team are kind of doing their thing in the 2 minutes ahead or behind. Yeah, we just thought take that chance to actually have a little look at some on-track battles.
My apologies. No, I'm sorting through things at the same time as doing this. It's a really good opportunity. I'm sorting through some paperwork, which is good because my mind can wander, so I'm not looking up at the screen often enough, which is what's happening. I apologize for that, ladies and gents. Yeah, but it's so important to be aware of your surroundings and that they're expecting a specific kind of thing. So that's all. It's people trying to do. There's different rules for different levels of motorsport, and there's a reason that those rules are different at different levels of motorsport. And a blue flag on iRacing is literally just a, hey, there's a car. That's it. That's all the blue flag on iRacing is designed to do, at this sort of level. So.
And so Jonathan, just to give those that are watching as well, perhaps a little bit of history and kind of like background, and what have you sort of been up to? How did you kind of get involved in sort of sim racing and commentary, any real racing history or anything like that?
Wow, you want my exciting backstory? I'm so flattered. So, doing this has kind of blended my love. I'm a car guy since I was 3 years old, and actually my real life job is in broadcasting. I've worked in a wide variety of broadcasting situations, from sports networks to news, you name it. So, for years I was on the console type stuff, Gran Turismo, that sort of stuff. And then maybe I'd say about 4 years ago, I took an old computer we had from work, and I was like, I'm gonna try this whole sim racing thing. It was really cool. iRacing HQ is literally an hour from where I live. So I started trying out on NASCAR 2003, which is kind of like the grandfather of iRacing, as many of you guys know. And then trickled from there, went to GTR2, and then right before COVID hit, signed up for an iRacing subscription. So that's been my story since, and then I was like, hey, I work in broadcasting. They broadcast iRacing. Oh, here's this really cool group called Apex Racing. Let me find out more and email them to see if they need help. So I've been doing this. So I started training with you guys back in January, and been doing some broadcasts here and there. I do the SRF Weekend Warriors on Sundays, and get to do some of these fun, one-off events as well. I think one of my favorites so far was Marco and I doing a 4-hour plus Indy 500 event, which was You know, if you ever get to work with Marco, is always interesting. So that's kind of my little story in a nutshell.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so fairly new to sort of iRacing and sort of sim racing, you know, with obviously the console stuff before, but yeah. I mean, how have you sort of seen, because I think sort of sim racing got sort of thrust into the limelight, didn't it, during COVID and things like that. So, I mean, how have you seen sort of the development in terms of sort of broadcasting come on? Because obviously we always had to do everything all remotely anyway. Have you seen like it suddenly ramp up in terms of what it's doing, or you know, are there things that you would look at and say, look, really, you know, if we could do this, I think this would make it so much better?
You know, coming from sports production, I think it's more of a manpower thing in my mind. You know, broadcasting a baseball game or a live hockey game, you have so much stuff. You're working with, you know, 12 different cameras, large recording system, large replay system. So it was funny kind of trying to wrap my head around doing sim racing broadcasting, where what I'm trying to do is the job of usually at a television production studio during a live event, you know, 7 to 10 people, and then trying to do it all on your own with looking at SDK, monitoring audio, looking at cameras, you know, dealing with commentators. You know, it's been fun. It's been a nice exercise of the brain, I guess you would say. And I've been able to take some of the things that I've learned here and apply them to, you know, some real life stuff as well, which is pretty neat. So I've been, you know, so that's been kind of the fun part, you know. But you know, there's
That's
some
actually
great
really interesting.
Go ahead.
Because prior to iRacing commentating, so with actually motocross, I've always had a penchant for commentating at events and things. I always used to get up and help the commentators. I think age 8 was my first ever commentating stint. I've come from an esports actually background. So I used to commentate League of Legends. I've been commentating since 2013 on and off in different capacities. So yeah, no, it's really interesting because this style of broadcasting is just all we ever do. It's all I've ever done. And it was so foreign to me the first time somebody suggested, oh, we're doing a bigger tournament today. Are you going to have a dedicated broadcaster? It's just, it doesn't even factor in for most people that that's the thing, because you just get used to doing everything.
Yeah, it's different. I come from the stick and ball world, literally. So it's complete. It's very. You have to wrap your head around it. It took me a few times to really wrap my head around. Okay, here's all things that need to be done in this type of setting.
I mean, I look at where it was and how we used to do it back in sort of 2012, and the changes now, it's just, yeah, crazy, and how things are changing as well. Like the next sort of 2 years, well, perhaps even not even that, perhaps next 12 months are gonna just transform it again. I think we're really sort of stepping up the game. But yeah, some of the technologies, like, you know, there was another camera syncing and things like that going on now that we have back then. Like, you know, all the commentators had to follow their own race, and the broadcaster was just essentially listening to the commentary and changing the cameras to suit what the commentators were saying. It's just yeah, it's how we tried to make it more realistic of production is crazy.
And coming from the real, I guess you would say, air quotes, real world production, the pet peeve in sim racing with me has always been graphics. There's some that get it, some that don't. And when I look at graphics on, you know, in sim racing, I want it to look like I'm watching F1 or watching some, you know, WEC. And then there's some that look, and I'm trying to think the best way to describe this, kind of too simmy, too esportsy. They don't look like, I want it to be as real as possible, if you get what I'm saying.
And see, I come from the opposite end of the scale. I like that it looks different, because it is different, you know, and it's its own thing. And I like the simulator we're going for realism, but I also like the different feel as well. It gives it identity. It sort of makes it feels something different. And if you actually talk to, again, I'll refer back to Shane Van Gisbergen. He does it because, you know, whilst it is similar, it is still different, you know. So each to their own. That's the beauty of it. I mean, I don't have the same simulator rig that you do, and I won't customize my rig in the same way that you do. And that, again, I love that. Absolutely love that.
So it'd be a boring world if we all had the same thing and liked the same things.
Absolutely.
A car setup. Oh my god, car setup. Oh, I love the fact that car setups are so great because it creates great arguments. Most interesting, in-depth arguments you've ever had. I want the car to turn this way. Why? Because I do.
I was known as Mr. Understeer in my team. All my setups were understeery as the 91 car puts another lap on their teammate. Once again, I will point out again, Elysium Racing been in the pits for ages, so I'm not quite sure kind of what's going on there. I mean, that was quite some while ago now, so I'm not sure we'll be able to get that replay, but yeah, some problems for them, so that's took even more pressure off of Marius now for his you know, P2 finishing position.
Can I go back to that onboard shot again? Because I'd like to point out that that was indeed the sun. I rarely get these opportunities to say I'm right. Ask my wife, but here is one.
I tell you what, obviously, I mean, Jonathan, you wouldn't have seen it, for example, but I remember when we had no... patience. Yeah. I could have seen that ending in disaster very, very quickly. Get that move done, but you just got to wait to the right time. But yeah, there was obviously no day to night transitions. The very first 24-hour race that we did was all in daylight, and yeah, when they brought the sort of the day to night in, it was amazing to start to see the sun go down and then the sun come up. And yeah, like you say, Scott, we are definitely seeing that sun slowly working its way up on the horizon there. It's not going to be long before we can that really pokes out of the horizon.
And whilst we're seeing that sun come up, actually, this is not the end of the difficult period, because that sun comes up, everyone starts to go, oh, the sun, you can see it, you can relax a little more, the braking markers get a little bit more visible. Well, the sun coming up.
Oh no!
Did they not see them? I don't think they see them, because the 91 machine, the One Boy's Story, Marius has sent that from a long way back. I just don't think the 55 car expected them to be there at that apex.
Yeah, let's see if we can get that one back, just to kind of see what was going on. I mean, it's not the first time I think we've seen them send it in there to try and get past some of these lap cars, so perhaps a little bit of frustration from the BMW. You know, half a lap ago, crept in there and he didn't want to get caught up in that and decided to go for it.
I would also say that actually exudes a lot of braking confidence that they've got in this car as well. It just says that they're really happy, they're really stable pulling the car up. And definitely with the Porsche you would expect that as well from most Porsches, that they're confident on the brakes. That's where the Porsches really excel.
I mean, how have you guys found the new Porsche? You know, obviously that's our newest GT3 car.
Difficult. Different. Well, difficult's the wrong word, because difficult's like a coverall term. It doesn't diagnose the problem. It's a car that you have to adapt your driving style to. You can't just jump in the car and immediately expect to be fast. You really have to put the time in, and it rewards the guys that do learn the layout of the car, much in the same way that the Porsche Cup car does, just in a different manner. So it's going to be one of those cars I think anyone who's just jumping into it because it's a Porsche and is going to hate. but anyone who sticks around with it is really going to see the benefit out of it.
Just gonna see if I can take a little look and see who it was that was involved in that one, and we'll see if we can't get a replay afterwards.
It was the 55 car. That's after the fact. That's just after it's happened.
Yeah, so 2 cars in the same corner again. That's definitely the second time. Got to be careful with that. I mean, they got away with
That
the
one's
first one.
That one's different though, because the first one they definitely went deep to try and get the move done. Whereas that one they've pulled it up, they're perfectly on the apex, and the car from the outside's turned in probably just a little bit too early. So I mean, I don't necessarily think you can put that one at. You can definitely say that they've been a little bit more aggressive than maybe they should have been, but all things considered, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think just lost it through Blanchimont. Oh wow. Okay. Yep. So that is why at least we've been in the pits now for God knows how long.
I wonder if that wasn't an outlap on cold tires too.
I just lost. Yeah, like you say, just lost the rear. Oh, it seemed like a slow motion one from in the car as well. I bet they gutted. But yeah, so I mean, like I said, I guess my only thing for the 91 car is they don't. It comes back to what you were saying, Scott. Like, you know, about setting your goals and things like that. Surely one of their goals needs to be don't take any more damage at this point in the race. You know, they're locked in for a podium. You know, that's twice they've just blown it in there, trying to take 2 cars in one corner, and they've essentially collected more damage again. That car could quite easily go from being 1 second off the pace to 5 seconds off the pace, and they lose that podium by the end of this race. You know, you're gonna, with 12 hours, just under 12 hours to go, you can lose 2 laps quite easily.
Oh, in a heartbeat, absolutely. I mean, probably. I feel really bad because I'm pulling a lot of this stuff back to personal experience, and that to me sounds very egotistical, self-centered, not very humble. But it's psychologically the best way that I pass things is through my own experiences. But it harkens me back to my team's actually entered now in this split as well. They're in their 3rd split of attempting it because they've made mistakes in the first hour in both of the races. Yep. And I started the 2nd split, and it's exactly the same sort of mistake that I made. Just not sort of 100% there. I happened to just look up and look at my Twitch chat, and as I looked up at the Twitch chat, I dipped a wheel off the grass, and that was the end of the car. Oh. So it's exactly what Lee was talking about. However you find your way of getting through this, I think this is the period where you need to be the highest concentration rather than being the lowest concentration. Because yes, you're going to be sitting here and just logging laps, but that'll be when the mistake comes. The mistakes won't come when you're 100% concentrated, you know?
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing. That little battle was still going on that we're just having a quick look at once again. But yeah, so 5 minutes behind our leaders now we are looking at. So, well, just over. Just a huge amount of time that's going to need to be brought back up. And actually, the no emissions guys are absolutely flying right now as well. 2 minutes 19 last lap. So, yeah, that is as quick as kind of we've seen. Actually, that my lifetime has not been going from the start of the race, so I don't know if what the fastest lap of the race is so far, but yeah, it looks pretty decent lap, that's for sure.
That was their fastest lap. That car's fastest lap was the last one. So this is Stefan Wang's in the no emissions car. That was his second stint, and he's done one stint earlier in the race. So that's effectively his third stint in the car, best car conditions, low fuel. He's done his PB, and that's their fastest lap of the race. So.
Yep, long old pit stop now. So yeah, the one boys will close back in, but again they're off cycle in terms of the pit stop. So we'll see how that pans out later on in the race. Just wondered if we could just check in with the 92 car, see how they're doing. I mean, still sort of around that 2 minutes 30 sort of laps, so they are really struggling at, you know, a good 8 seconds off pace. But yeah, it's fairly consistent. Definitely, the car looks a little worse for wear, so
How
why
we
they're struggling, I think.
How are we tracking in terms of incident points across the field? Do we have any sort of updates on that? Because Spa, in the history of the race, this is the first time that we're using the new rule set and tire detection model for the off-track system. And previously, Spa was the race of attrition. It was basically who got the least penalties and kept the car clean.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can necessarily see that, can we? And this one of us has been in here for the whole session.
There you go. Well, I just learned something.
Yeah, I think the drivers can see the incident points, but as a spectator, I don't think we can. Obviously, SDK has some idea of off tracks and things like that, but again, that has to be running from the start of the session to give us a proper idea.
Oh, look at how slow they are through Puon.
Yeah.
That's where they're losing a bulk of their time. Like, that's a high downforce. They don't have any grip at all. Everything is exploratory for them. But they're doing reasonably well. You know, all things considered, you'd rather say, hey, we're still out here, we're still turning laps, we're still in the race, than we're sitting at home, we've gone to bed, and, you know, we no longer care about it.
Yeah, I'm sure they're all sort of communicating with each other in some sort of Discord or TeamSpeak server. You know, just having a bit of a laugh with it, aren't they?
Guys, what do you do in a situation like this when you're way down the order? Do you just keep going for track time, or what's the goal here?
So I've competed in a couple of sort of 24-hour races where I've had totally different viewpoints on it. One was just, you know, just absolute mates, just having a bit of banter. The car got damaged quite early on, and we were again like maybe 10k's slower down the straights. Knew that we hadn't got a chance in hell of winning, but you know, we just stuck with it and just had a bit of fun. You know, the car was fine to drive through the corners, but just slow. But yeah, so we just had a bit of laugh and stayed up. But then I've done it with a sort of a competitive crew, and we had, you know, the damage to the car, which was just floor damage that took the speed off of it, and we knew that we had 23 hours left with a car that was just not competitive, and we literally pulled it into the pit stops, saw if it got repaired. It didn't, and then we pulled it in the next lap and just retired, because it was just like, we're here to win, not to make the numbers up type thing, you know. So I've had two different mindsets.
It's so different with floor damage. I assume you were talking about one of the prototype cars as well with that.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, so the prototypes, that's floor damage you'd say to a GT3, and the GT3 would just laugh at you. But floor damage to a prototype is everything. And then you've got the Dallara IR1, which says floor damage and screams at you the whole time. So, look, I mean, you know, it's different based upon what car you're in. One of the benefits in iRacing, and something that my endurance teams have certainly transitioned to this season. I'm actually on my 3rd week of 24-hour races straight, actually.
Wow.
My wife
Maniac.
is not happy. So of course that was Le Mans. They moved Coda up from the 24-hour series, which was supposed to be this weekend, to last weekend to separate it from Spa, and then that was a nightmare. And then 24 hours of Spa. So look, the LMP2, one of the benefits of the Dallara P217 is that it repairs to 99% full every time. So unless you have major floor damage or engine damage are the only two things that prevent it from repairing. So you know that when you come into the pits and you serve that 8-minute repair, that you're going back out on track with a fast car. So, and that's the reason that we went over to that, was that because, you know, should the worst happen, we still felt like we had a chance and we still felt into it. Ultimately, does that take away some of the simulator feel? Yes, it does. But does that add back in that drive to compete and that drive to hang around? You know, what's the sacrificial? Where does the sacrifice line land? And it's again the same sort of thing for me. Like we were talking about game versus simulator earlier. You know, I land more in the game. I'm here for fun. That's what I want to do. I want to feel competitive. I want to feel involved the whole time that I'm in the race car, and that's the option of car that we took because of that.
Wonder again if a mindset changes mindsets when you are all together, you know, so if you're perhaps at like a esports house, or you know, you've I know in the past we've had teams. I remember there was like a Daytona 24 event. I'm sure like there was teams that were they were all together and they were just jumping in and out of the rig, and of course it was saving them time in driver swaps as well. So there was a bit of it caused a bit of let's say debate on the iRacing forum and things like that, because you know they were able to do 24 hours and save probably a minute's worth of pit stop or something like that over the course of the race. But yeah, I wonder if actually all being together, you know, because I could imagine that would be quite a little atmosphere, and you know, maybe
Wouldn't it?
some drinks and drinks and good food on the go at the same time and things like that. That would be quite an experience.
You'd want to be sponsored by an energy drink supplier for that for sure, though. The mini fridge sitting there going, you know, you wouldn't get through. Well, actually, that'll bring me up to a commentating story that I'll tell in the near future. But yeah, look, I mean, I've had the pleasure actually as a part of esports organizations within Australia, competing with different esports, to be involved in some of the things that led up to gaming houses and those sorts of things. And it does create a good culture in terms of performance, and that mindset that Alex was talking about as well, of the very driven, very cutthroat, very push yourself, or cutthroat's probably the wrong word, but very driven, is definitely very motivated by other performances, is amazing as well. And to have that, and then alternatively to be that team of guys that are all out there just having a laugh, all in the same house, that's perfect. That's exactly what you want. Like a 24-hour race, are you gonna get through that without laughing along the way? Are you kidding me? Could you imagine 24 hours where you are gritting your teeth and like pushing yourself every single lap of the race and not saying something funny and not enjoying yourself when you're not in the car? Like, that would be a nightmare for me.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, albeit again, you know, simulator versus game versus real life versus, you know, you can debate these things to the end of the universe, but at the end of the day, everyone's again gonna have a different opinion. Where do you land, Jonathan? Where do you land on the simulator versus game debate? Are you?
Oh man, this is a good.
Because you're on broadcast right now, so this is a big question for you. Oh no! Oh, the blocker again.
It's still not over.
It's not. This is happening.
Again, this right here, this is the perfect example of a driver trying to do the right thing. trying to do, but not being conscious of the impact they're having.
Yeah, sorry I got distracted. We had a battle, then my wife came into my office here and gave me a nice refreshing drink, so this is great. It really depends. I think in something like this, I want simulation. I want, it to be as real as possible. I mean, that to me, like, and one of the things that frustrated me when I first started racing is when we all have those issues in rookies where we have like an idiot or two in a race that just ruins it for everyone. Like, I want good, hard, but also fair racing. I want to be as real as possible. I want to learn from my mistakes. If I get beat, I want to figure out, all right, how can I get better? And I think there's a sense of pride in everyone that does this. They want to be the best they can be. Granted, some people take it a little too seriously at times when you're, racing street stocks or something like that. But, or you have, someone who's had a few adult beverages get on the sim, which can be a little hairy at times, but I want the realism. I think that's the reason why people, and we were talking about, money and affordability and equipment, all that, and that's the reason why people invest in sim rigs, invest in direct drive wheels, because they want to be as real as possible, because this is the greatest way. We all want to be race car drivers. We all want to win the Indy 500. We all want to win Le Mans, Monaco. And what's cool about iRacing is that we can get as close to it as we can in this type of format. If you play basketball or you're a football fan or soccer, you can't get as close to it as iRacing does to racing. So that's my long-winded answer.
At the same time, you also respect and appreciate the need for approachability, because if it's not enterable from a rookie standpoint, then nobody's ever going to pick it up, and we wouldn't have access to the platform we have.
Oh, absolutely. And I started racing on like an old Logitech Driving Force Pro when I first started racing, and then I finally gave up the Ghost, and now I'm on a G29 right now. So I mean, and Alex, who knows what your setup is like? It's probably the envy of,
yes, please,
99% of us out there.
Yeah, I mean,
Alex?
Right now I'm just sat on my my office PC, to be honest. Nothing too special. But my rig is pretty old in terms of it's just done me so well. So I have got like a Leo Bodnar sim steering V2. I've got a Cube Controls F1 rim, HE Ultimate pedals, triple BenQ 32 curved monitors on a JCL custom sort of simulator. Yeah, that sort of just evolved over the years, I think, got a few little peripherals and stuff like that added onto it. Just plowed far too much money into it, to be honest.
And that's what I love about iRacing too, is when last season when I broadcasted Spec Racer 4, the guy that won most of the time had what I called the Home Depot setup, the DIY. It was made out of basically 2x4s and plywood, and that was his rig, and he was waxing guys that had invested serious money into their
Marius is definitely, so something I've been sort of eyeing off is Marius is actually pushing quite hard at the moment. He's actually taking time out of Simon Thorne's ahead. Simon Thorne's in the... Oh my word, I'm horrible with names, guys. So remind me as well. No Emissions Motorsports guys.
Yeah, it's Simon Thorne's.
Simon Thorne's from No Emissions is currently did a 226 last time by. So Marius has got his foot down. He's trying to push, and that's why he's seeing those mistakes. He's stepped the game up a notch, and it's not necessarily in the right method. He's needs to make sure he's still hitting those marks as smoke drifts across the track ahead as well. But yeah, no, and there's a couple of Australian driver by the name of Jeff Connell who refuses to buy top-end hardware to continue proving to people that he can take it to the best on a Logitech steering wheel and pedals. A single tiny little monitor, and up until this season of one of the leagues, he only owned the Mercedes in the GT3 class.
Yeah,
So, you know,
A frugal racer.
well, that's what he wants to do it. He's doing it because he's proving. You know, when COVID flared up and he got into it, the whole goal was, oh well, I'm going to go racing, and then he got into racing. Oh well, you know, you need to buy this hardware. Well, no, I'm going to go against the grain, and I'm still going to be as good as I possibly can on budget gear. So it's doable, but you have to put a lot more time in. But yeah, Alex. So like, I mean, you were still going through the list of your sim hardware as well. Was where I think we got up to with that one.
Yeah, there's not really too much more to add. Like I say, the PC spec is perhaps a tiny little bit dated now, but you know, kind of runs everything okay. I could do with a new GPU, and now they're actually a little bit easier to get hold of. I might invest in one. Yeah, I really can't think of anything else that was on there. You know, like I say, I had got some peripherals, shifters, button boxes, things like that.
It's just customization, isn't it?
Exactly.
The
It's
button
all come
boxes
from different sponsors and things like that that I've had over the years of the team, and it's just kind of like, yeah, it's just all come together like that. So I know one thing when I jump into somebody else's rig. Like I did some competing at the Sim Racing Expo a few years back, and jumping into somebody else's rig was completely alien for me. It took me ages to get up to speed. You know, probably almost the best part of an endurance race before I was like, yeah, I feel comfortable now. Now that I'm ready to get back in my own rig.
But it's about creating that space as well. I mean, look at the superstitions that multiple different sports people have globally. You know, before they step out to do something, it's about creating that environment that you're comfortable in. That's such a large part of it that never really gets brought up as well. I mean, you know. Anyway, continuing. Actually, I think Marius has just punched out one of his best laps of the race at 2:20.9. So this car has definitely still got some speed, and as the daylight starts to creep out, and those braking markers, turning markers become more visible, starting to try and punch his way back up to Simon Thorne. I'm just trying to pick it up. So Simon Thorne, he's about a lap and 3/4 behind the leader at this stage. So it'd be 3.5 minutes sort of range would be the margin to the leader, and 4 laps to back to the third placed car, which is DSR Team Mascots in the 27 machine. It's so interesting to see that
on different tyre strategies as well, because obviously sometimes they would drop into 2 laps behind, and then others, you know, they're still in the 1 lap behind. So yeah, different tyre strategies going on. I just wanted to sort of chip in and just sort of say I'm about 3 or 4 minutes left of my commentary stint before I jump off. I am having a couple of little technical glitches here, which is preventing me from seeing pictures at the moment, so I'm just working off the live timing only. But yeah, no, just wanted to sort of, you know, thank you guys for jumping on and doing the commentary and the broadcasting and things like that. I believe you've got what, a couple of hours coming up now together as a crew, and then we had Chan will join, as well as sort of Dennis, I think, as well, after you've done your broadcast instant, Jonathan. So yeah, should be interesting. I think maybe even Lee will jump back on as well. So yeah.
Well,
Thank you.
for
Yeah,
having
thank
us.
you very much. It was nice to have a bit of a chat and, you know, get to know you a little bit more as well, while keeping an eye on the One Boy Story Racing team. And you know, I hope to when I jump back on at I think I'm 9 o'clock in the morning, that, you know, they're still sat in P2, but maybe like right on the tails of missions, and we're going to have an exciting run at the end of this race.
say, Alex, it's been an absolute pleasure meeting you and meeting the CEO of a company that I now broadcast for as well. Sorry, the air quote CEO.
The CEO. And we got we got a great history lesson as well earlier.
Ah, there you go.
We
Awesome stuff. Yeah, thanks, gents. Yeah, I really appreciate it. And yeah, I will. Like I say, I will sign myself off now, and yeah, I'm sure we'll work again in the future.
Right, Jonathan, you and me now. You are in trouble. What have you signed yourself up for?
I signed myself for 2 more hours of fun. That's what I signed myself for. Considering we just got out of a high pressure situation with Lee and Alex, you know, working with them. I mean, this is the dessert right now. This is cake. We get two.
This is it. I mean, we get here. We're here for 2 hours together. Over the course of the next 2 hours, we're going to develop a fond relationship and understand each other in depth as much as we're going to understand the driving talents of Marius. Marius is really starting to punch out some phenomenal laps, and it's consistent too. Something else I was actually just looking at, by the way, Jonathan, I did notice that the P3 car, the 27 DSRT Lamborghini, had a 62-second drive through pit lane. No stop, that's a penalty, which means they are 20 incident points from their next penalty, guaranteed, right? So for the viewers at home that may not participate necessarily in iRacing events, the way the 24-hour events penalty structure does work is 100 incident points will net you your first drive-through penalty. Every 20 incident points thereafter will net you another drive-through. So it's basically a lot of leniency up until your first one, and then after that, you get the hammer.
Yeah, it's a lot of no-nos, especially, you know, and you're at the risk of going off track in multiple places at Spa. So, you know, added that up over 24 hours. You know, you bang fenders here and there. But you gotta be careful in the long run.
Yeah, and I mean, see, here's the thing. Like, I've talked about race management at length, but that is, like I said, I love psychology. I mean, it is the psychology of going fast, but you have to be cognizant as a driver when you come to Spa. It is very much, I've never heard anybody come to Spa for any sort of racing event ever and go, well, incident points aren't on my mind. They're aware that it's an issue, and they're aware that they've got to drive accordingly. I once heard a driver say to me that in terms of more sprint-defined races, incident points, once you get your first, especially a lot of series is run with like bonus points for a no-incident race, and bonus points to a driver are just like candy. They want them every single time they get out there, and they can get them. But once you have your first incident point, the rest of the incident points up into a penalty are basically like having a speed boost button available to you, or push to pass kind of system, especially around Spa. And he said to me, when you use the incident points correctly around Spa, it can be the half a second a lap is the benefit of one incident point if used correctly. So but that's in a situation whereby you're racing up to that 100-point threshold. Once you cross that 100-point threshold, you are permanently stuck in this laid back style of racing where you cannot trigger that. And ultimately, should we see the One Boy Story racer get into the final hour of the race and they're at 60 incident points, say, well, they're not going to burn through 40 incident points in an hour. They just get to push and abuse those track limits wherever they can.
And it looks like he's really going for it. If you look at the lap times, so he's maybe about 2 seconds a lap faster than the No Emissions Motorsports Mercedes.
A lot of smoke up ahead.
That's
great job.
I think I might have a replay here. Let's see. Oh, but it already happened?
Yep. So it's a 22 car of Stuart Taylor behind the wheel at TGC Racing. They're currently running in P14 prior to that incident, and we're
Here we go.
16 laps off of the lead. I'll tell you what, it's not just an engine it may be an engine that may even have just expired. It may not necessarily be an incident as well. Something else to consider here. With how crushed in the front of that Lamborghini is.
Yeah. And
yeah, it is.
Kablamo. We knew it was going to happen.
So the reason that this is happening, again, to the guys that aren't necessarily iRacing, this is effectively an engine that's been overheating maybe for an extended period of time. Not majorly overheating, but minor overheating or running outside its optimal parameters. Eventually, they do just let go.
Yeah, and as you saw, he had some battle damage there for sure. So definitely, it was inevitable, as you mentioned.
I mean, you would have covered it as well, Jonathan, in other races as well, but simulated racing, whilst it doesn't necessarily have the same mechanical failures as the 92 cars back in pit lane, that looks like an unscheduled stop. They've been in there for a very long period of time.
Yeah, it's... Trying to see if there was anything that came up in regards to let's see, did something happen to him?
It's exactly the same thing as just happened to that Lamborghini. They were just running along, so much damage. They were, they just come through Puon. Oh god,
Nope.
My geography's gonna fail me again. They come through Puon, into Fanyé, and basically the engine just started smoking in nearly the exact same way as that Lamborghini as well. So unfortunate, but look, I mean, you have to look after these cars. They are expensive pieces of hardware. And look, I mean, if you go and you throw a $1 million race car against the fence, well, the $1 million race car is
it's gonna
not gonna be
blow
happy
up.
about it. Yeah,
something's gonna happen.
And perfect opportunity to come back to the point of hardware failures, which is where I was taking that previous comment. Man, my train of thoughts are all over the place today.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot. You got a lot going on. It sounds like. So I understand. I'm here to work with you. I'm here to help you through.
That's why you're in control of the broadcast, and I'm just
Yes.
over here talking.
I have multiple screens, monitors, everything to look at. So as we see the 91 enter the pits right now, this is, I believe, a scheduled pit stop.
Yeah. Does not surprise me with the lap times that Marius was punching out either. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, he was really laying down some lap times right there.
And for an extended period of time too, it wasn't just one quick lap.
And it looks, and the no emissions car, who was maybe like 2 seconds down, just started picking up a little bit more too this time around. He just hit a 122.40. So I think he
Back
got
to that point that we were talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, he's definitely found some pace. I was actually looking at the front end of this thing. It might be the daylight coming over that I can now see the car better, but I didn't think that there was a crinkle in that front bumper in the same way before. So they may have come afoul of something. But I'm just looking at Simon Thorne's lap history. and when he exited the pits, he ran 3 laps in a row at 23.9. So he ran a 9.73, 9.24, 9.67, all basically identical lap times. So, and then the fuel started to burn off, and his lap times have come down a bit. His confidence in the cars come down a bit. The sun's come up a little bit, so you can see things a little bit clearer. So 22.4. So I would expect that he's going to start to settle in around that mid to low 24, 22 pace.
Oh, so definitely for sure. You know, as you said, morning is starting to come up on Spa right here, so a little more better visibility for these drivers. You know, the track is its fastest in the dark evening.
But yes, back to hardware versus mechanical failures. So obviously, simulating a mechanic, you got to look at this from a design perspective. Simulating a mechanical failure is very much a feels bad moment for a driver. To enter into a race and have it in the back of your head the whole time, you've got a random chance of knowing that your car may just mechanically fail, that it was pushed too far in the wrong direction at some point in time, and now it's mechanically failing. Well, that's covered off in simulator racing by the fact that you can have simulator hardware failures. So instead of the car doing a lot of that very direct mechanical work, it's your simulator hardware. You can have a power failure, an internet outage. Think of an internet outage as... Let's not bring up a dirty word here.
netcode giveth, netcode taketh away. As we've all experienced in our lives.
Yeah, we have in iRacing. You would not have participated in the iRacing event without experiencing it. It's just part and parcel of dealing with things, especially from an Australian perspective. We have to deal with it on a regular basis.
Really?
Yeah, well, I mean, you think about it. My ping to most servers is going to be 200 plus. In the EU, in the US, I can get anywhere from about 200 to 270. The EU is probably going to be about 250 plus. So, unless I enter an Australian-specific event, I'm dealing with high ping, and it's just something you have to provide more space to the cars around you. So it creates cleaner drivers, in my understanding. Then again, Australians are a different breed, and the less said, the better. But I've taken to calling it gap whack so that I don't say the N word.
Okay.
Because if you think about it,
all right,
it's
I'll consider that for sure. Now going forward, now that I've learned that phrase. And then I'm gonna be in an all-American race, and no one's gonna understand what I'm talking about.
Actually, an American commentator friend of mine is. I said it once to him, and he's never said netcode ever again.
But as you're saying, there, you can experience some sort of wacky hardware failure in a race, which can, and it does kind of add that element to this as well.
Consider a power outage effectively an engine failure.
Or a steering wheel gone awry, or a connection that comes out, or that's the type of stuff that does happen on occasion. And you're wondering why someone's flying up the track and completely out of control.
I mean, how often do we see brake lines locking these days? It's quite an uncommon thing in physical race cars. But when you consider pedals and pedal constructions, and they haven't been tested to the same. Well, they have been tested. That's the incorrect terminology. They haven't been durability tested by being run in multiple 24-hour races, and they haven't had. There's no way that any gaming company in the world would have spent the same amount of money over many, many years that, say, Porsche have spent on their hybrid pedal boxes, and they've got. Porsche's nearly 100 years old, so they've got 60, 70 years worth of data to reflect back on and look at in development cycle, whereas sim racing, whilst it is drawing from a lot of these sorts of things, it's in a new way and in a new application, and the outputs that it's putting through the system are completely different. So it's close, but shortcuts are made because of pricing, and Again, approachability as Marius gets aggressive on lap traffic here.
I was watching that as you were talking, waiting for it to waiting for something to happen potentially. And Marius was he's been aggressive as we've talked about the past hour or so. He's not afraid to show a Thunder.
It's really interesting. I'm sorry. My wife has lovingly just made me lunch, so I'm just sort of enjoying a
Lunch?
snack at this. Yeah, she's amazing. I have the most amazing wife in the world. This lady. I was doing the 24 hours of Le Mans a couple weeks ago. She's sitting there feeding me chips whilst I'm driving. She knows how much this means to me.
I think my wife's pretty good as well. She's pretty understanding of it. Considering I just got back from our traditional guys weekend, was home for about 5 hours and said I have to do a 4-hour broadcast, and she made me dinner and brought me a cold beverage, which is fantastic. And we're moving in about 5 days, so.
Oh my word.
So I look like my office currently looks like a child's cardboard box fort right now.
Yeah, don't remind me. I've moved interstate many times, and it is not fun.
So so everywhere is cardboard boxes surrounding me as I do this broadcast with you.
Simulator setup would not be accessible at any point in the near future.
No, it will not in this current house. The next house maybe if I play my cards right.
First thing that gets moved into the house is the simulator setup. The next thing that gets moved into the house isn't until 3 days later.
Yeah, exactly. And well, the thing is, she works from home, so she gets the big office. Which, so I was like, all right, I'm just up.
Oh, this is going to be managed carefully.
Let's take a look at that.
It's just a little bit deep on braking. That's all it was. There may have been a slight bobble in the braking zone. I'm thinking. I'm looking for the steering wheel here for confirmation. No, he's just deep.
Yeah.
He's missed his braking marker. So, risk versus reward. Marius, is erring on the side of risk at this point in time, Jonathan, and we've seen it in terms of the lap pace, but sometimes it comes at costs. Is the cost going to be paid later on down the line, or are we going to see it in the next hour?
I mean, we're only a little over halfway through this race. He's 2 laps down. I think there's a fine line of pushing it, but don't push it too far because there's a lot of time left. You know, as we know, things can happen in a 24-hour race if it's the first hour, the 13th hour we're currently in, or even the 23rd hour. So it's you got to walk that fine line. You know, you want to go fast, but don't go all out right now at the 13-hour mark. I'd be a little more conservative at this point. I'd be just trying to get through and really focus on maybe those last 3 or 4 stints, and then really drop the hammer.
But again, you've also there's no reason getting to those last 3 or 4 stints and then opting to drop the hammer at that point in time and being too far back that it doesn't mean anything. So I think that's what Marius has got in his mind at the moment. Their goal for this stint, I think, is probably to close it down. I think his target is going to be just over a lap down on the leader. At the end of his stint, whether that be at the end of this hour, whether that be at the end of the next hour, whether that be 2 hours from now, So I think he's got a goal in mind, and I think he's driving a little bit aggressively to try and meet that goal. So he needs to goal management, shift those goalposts a little bit, just so you don't overdrive the car right now.
Yeah, and it definitely looks like the emissions car has responded last time around. He had a 2:23, so I think there is probably some. Hey, we got to respond to this. This guy is really pushing. As we look at the lap comparisons, what's gone over the past few laps between these two guys. Taking a look to see down our time experience, like the 992 unfortunately is still in the pits. But as you're saying,
I was about to say is you've also got to remember in an endurance team, drivers will also have their own unique roles within that team as well. You will have what's generally referred to as anchor drivers.
Mhm.
These are your guys that you are putting the responsibility of get out there and just turn laps. That's your whole goal. You have no pace goals for your stints. You are just there to make sure that we are getting to the end. Or these drivers won't necessarily have a higher pace goal in mind. They are your bulk laps kind of guys. These are the guys you go to when you go, okay, our incident points are a little bit high right now because we've been pushing a little bit too hard. We need you to jump in the car. We need a 0x across this 2 hours sort of stint. Then you have your pushers. And then you have your guys that you also want to put in when it's a difficult stint of the race. You want your pressure absorbers, you know, these sorts of guys. So right now, based upon the driver sheets for the 91, I believe. I feel like this is a little bit early for Marius to be in, actually. They may have... No. Marius was to do a single stint at one point. I'm just wondering... Yeah, Marius wasn't supposed to be in the car at this stage. I believe this stint was supposed to be Curly. Oh, sorry, Kirill. This stint was supposed to be... I'm useless. Okay, look, I'm going to apologize to everyone. I'm one of those guys that looks at names. I know the name when I'm directly looking at it. I'll look away for half a second and
Kirill?
the name is gone. Kirill, yeah. So I do apologize extensively.
maybe maybe considering where they're running right now, they've decided to change the driving order around.
Potentially.
Now, is there a minimum drive time? I'm trying to remember if there is a minimum or maximum.
Yes. There is a minimum drive time. There's no maximum. There is no maximum, but all 4 drivers have met that minimum drive time. So the way that iRacing works it out with the fair share, they call it the fair share rule. The fair share rule is a quarter of what one driver would be expected to drive. So if you were to you take the time length of the race, or the lap length of the race in the case of the Bathurst 1000, and then you divide that by the number of drivers that you have. So in this case, 4 drivers, you divide 24 by 4 gives you 6. See, I'm even messing my numbers up here now. The main thing is moving over to numbers. Then you get yourself your expected sort of lap number, or time numbers that you would share each driver out equally. Then you divide that by 25. So expected drive time is going to be what, 1 2/3 of an hour, I think.
I believe so.
For each of these guys.
Yeah, math is not my strong suit, so I'm just trying to do it in my head, which is kind of scary here. So
6/4. Maybe it's actually 90 minutes. Yeah, it's 90 minutes. 90 minutes expected in terms of lap pace, which works out 37 laps. So everyone so far has met their minimum lap count that they need to drive. Alternatively, the other option is that something's happened for Carell and externally, and unfortunately he's had to deal with that. I mean, I've driven a race where one of my teammates has had a death in the family during the race, you know. These sorts of they happen. Is the same way that mechanical failures happen, hardware failures happen. You know, life events happen too.
And one thing that people need to know if they haven't watched, endurance racing before, is that these drivers are in constant communication with their teammates throughout the race. Some might actually be in the same room, others might be on Discord or TeamSpeak as well.
And they'll be constantly updating them. The general rule of thumb is that you have 1 driver in the car and 1 spotter at all times, but that can vary. Start of the race, you may have more spotters on hand, because track's going to be a lot busier, a lot car interactions. So therefore, you want more drivers out there looking further up the road. You'll have a driver a spotter that's dedicated directly to your car, directly to your near surroundings, and you might have a driver that's looking 5 seconds up the road, around blind corners, so that when you say crest Redillion at 200 plus kilometers an hour, the guy that's your direct spotter doesn't suddenly just go, oh, there's a car on your left. You've got no time to react. That's the responsibility of future spotters and yellow flags for a large part. But yeah, generally by and large, it's going to be 1-on-1 at all times, one spotter, one driver. And then that'll vary up based upon who's in the car, who's available at those points in time. There'll be times where you have nobody around. There'll be times when everybody's in the Discord hanging out, checking out the race. You know?
Yeah, it's mostly...
The other thing to
Go ahead.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead. After you.
The other thing to consider is that they might be looking around the track and looking at the no emissions car and going, hey, these guys are on this sort of strategy, which plays us out in this position. You'll have guys sitting there doing maths and looking at the overall race strategy, and they'll be planning ahead as well. They may have noticed something about the no emissions car. For example, that maybe potentially one of their faster drivers has done a lot of hours recently, and that's powered them a long way ahead, and now they're responding in their own way.
Yeah, I was just gonna say there are people doing strategy for these teams, saying, "Hey, check this out. This is happening here. We may need to." And teams will alter or will counter as well in regards to the strategy. You know, they will shift drivers around. They will say, "Let's try pitting differently or doing something else." You know, to how can we make up a spot or get a lap on these guys.
Just give me a couple minutes here, Jonathan. I'm just going to step away just for momentarily.
Sure. As we watch Marius Karanekis on lap 333, 13 hours into the Spa 24 Hours here on Apex Racing TV with the One Boy Story Racing Team by Altuis 911 currently running in second place on the track. No Emissions Motorsport is currently 2 laps ahead. They've been the big gainers so far this race, to up 21 spots from where they started. One Boy Story started in second, so they're staying where they are. The big climbers so far looks like our 6th place team of Donkey Bop Racing. They're up about 38 spots. And also up 38 spots is Marvelous Pink Panther Racing. They are currently up 38 spots as well, currently running in 8th place. So shout out to those teams as well. As the teammate to this 91 car is, I believe, currently still in the pits. They had a mechanical issue. They are currently running in 31st spot. Karanakis laying down some laps right now, this time running a 1:21.12. Leader ran a 2:21.12. Leader ran a 2:23.34 last time by. The 3rd place car running a 2:22.46. So Karanakis is running really well. Fastest lap that time last by was 6th place Ken Soska running a 2:20.78. Is he right on board with Marius? goes around to complete this lap. Let's watch in car as he goes through Eau Rouge. Some great onboard action right there from our second place man.
I mean, with the way the mammoth efforts that he's putting in here, Jonathan, I'm kind of tempted to give him like a wrestling intro. It's the man, the myth, the legend, Marius Konechis.
He is really he is pushing. He is really pushing. I wonder if
Which
he's
also makes me question the length of this stint as well. I have a feeling he'll be out of the car after this stint. Get him in for 2 stints, make him push harder. You know, because it is. I mean, you would know this as well, Jonathan. It's quite. You wouldn't think on the surface that sim racing would exude a sweat, would make you work your body quite hard, but it does.
It does.
It's
it
not
really.
Easy.
It does, you know, because you get tensed up. You know, you're. Who knows where you are? You know, you're around a bunch of, you know, rather warm PC probably right by your feet or whatever, something of that nature. And you know, you're in the focus too. I mean, as when we were talking with Alex earlier about, you know, and Lee about elite drivers, that these people are locked in. You know, they're ready to go. They're locked in. They're focused. You know, there's a physical and mental exertion that goes on. And when a driver's on the limit, pushing laps, they're gonna work hard.
100%. And actually, even going one further, to actually be physically locked into their rig in the case of anyone that is using a gyroscopic rig as well, because those are out there. They do exist. They're very few and far between, and they're an elite level product, shall we say? But they do exist as well. So they're, you know, sometimes drivers being strapped in through a 5-point harness as well isn't uncommon.
Oh, definitely not for sure. And credit to those people that are doing that.
And then some people do it because it adds realism too. Don't forget that.
And that brings us back to that whole kind of game versus simulation aspect. You know, you don't see many people in other types of games being locked into, you know, something.
I was actually just wandering through the house actually to return my finished lunch, with all thanks to my wife, to the kitchen sink. The Olympics are on, don't forget, as well, in Japan at this point in time, and normally for Australians wanting to watch the Olympics, it's in the middle of the night, because it's normally, I mean, how many places in our time zone are there really able to watch these sorts of things? But being in Japan this year, I think it's only 2 hours ahead of us.
And for us, it's the middle of the night if we really want to watch stuff.
You get to see, you're experiencing what I'm experiencing. This is phenomenal.
Yeah, there was one year I tried watching Bathurst live, and it was. Now I live in the eastern part of the United States, so it was really difficult to watch. I was like, let me watch Bathurst or watch as much of it as I can live. And
was this the 1000 or the 12 hour?
It was the 1000. The 12 hour, I'll try to get most of it, because when the 12 hour starts, it's actually a decent time to watch the entire race.
Because it's like 6 a.m. here.
Yeah, exactly. It's because if I remember correctly, they start in the darkness, correct?
Yeah, they do. They do. Yeah.
So it works so perfectly where, you know, when they do it here, you know, New England in, you know, January, February is pretty dismal. It's rather cold, usually snowy. So it's a great 12 hours of Bathurst is a great time to sit inside, do something, and watch that race. Whereas the 1000 in the hands usually, you know, it's decent out at that time, and also the hours just don't work. I
mean, you know, for the purists, they do. I mean, Formula One for you must be an absolute pleasure to watch. Oh, you're sitting down to dinner. Oh, look, Formula One's on. Oh, I'm waking up, having breakfast, maybe a mid-afternoon snack. Formula One's on. For us, it's like, by the way, I'm actually really lucky that my boss is a Formula One nutcase as well. So, we both show up to work. I work in data, so I get to work from home anyway. He's
Ah.
obviously in data as well, so the same. So we just catch the hours up later in the next day. But you know, it's always like, Scott, are you gonna be calling into work a little bit late tomorrow morning? Yeah, it's Formula One weekend. Yeah, me too. Cool. See you there. Yeah, enjoy it. So you know. Welcome to being an Aussie. All of the cool stuff happens at hours that are ridiculous for us, but we're great for endurance team racing because we cover your 9 hours, and it's great for us because you cover our 9 hours.
Yeah, it works out. It's a wonderful thing, and I'm a bit of a night owl as well. So I mean, I have no problem staying up a little later if I, need to. So that's why I was like, I will volunteer because I volunteer for the late shift. I have no problem doing that.
I'm gonna have to get into broadcasting now, aren't I, to cover this sort of an hour?
That's part of the fun of working. That's my first broadcast job out of university. It was really wacky hours. So my start time would be.
Ooh.
Who is that? Let's see.
Oh, it's an 8th place car, I think. Yeah, it's the 8th place car of Josh Stafford 2.
Let's see. I
which
can
is
pull that up here.
027. Marvelous Pink Panther Racing.
Let's see what happened.
See, I thought the location of the track that they were just parked in, I thought for sure that car would be in the fence.
Yeah, that's. I wonder what. That's. I'm gonna try to get an onboard of that to see what happened here.
It just looked wide. He just looked very wide, touched the grass. Now, if you go back a few extra seconds worth prior to the start of that clip, I think he's wide in the right-hander, and that just leads him to overdrive the car slightly.
We're talking about different time zones and everything here, but there is some fatigue probably setting in for some drivers at this point.
Setting in for some drivers. I think a lot of drivers are definitely. We've seen some. Okay, so just overdrives it in the second. So he's actually quite settled through the first sector of that too. So it's kind of good having YouTube up on my second monitor. I watch things back like half a second later, and it's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, that great confidence one.
Yeah. Is my setup working properly? Is everything? Yeah, we watch YouTube. Yeah, I'm looking at the right things. Things are working out. But and especially at this phase of the race, I mean, fatigue. This is where you hand it off to an Aussie, and you're like, okay, go get him. You're fresh as a daisy. You are just gonna go blow everyone out of the water, and everyone else in the race is sitting there like, man, it's 4 a.m. I'm so tired. Like, what the hell? What am I gonna do?
Yeah, that's part of doing this in regards to an endurance race is your drivers are, they may be all in different time zones, or God forbid if you're all in the same time zone or all together, it's pulling straws to see who gets that graveyard shift, who gets that time that no one else really wants.
You drew the short straw to come broadcast.
Congratulations, congratulations. You drew But good news, the 92's back out after their lengthy issues. They're currently running in 31st spot with their teammate right behind them. So get the photo, get the camera out.
Communication. This is another pleasurable aspect of having two cars at the same level as well, is that you get two cars into a race like this, you can communicate, you can have fun, a little bit of cross spotting, you can work together to provide more information. What's the track settings like? What's the car feeling like? What's this 45-minute pit stop, basically, that one. Just based off of their last lap time. That's... If your heart wasn't already ripped out for the 92 One Boys Story racing team, I mean, in 45 minutes will take the soul out of you. It takes everything along with it for the joyride. That's unfortunate for those guys. The best part is, out of this, is you're definitely getting a tale of two different kinds of races played out on the same length of the Kemmel Straight. You've got a car that's struggled the car that's been in the wars, the car that's never really been able to run their pace, their race, you know, the way that they wanted to do it. It's difficult, but they're still out there and they're still going, and at 91 laps off the lead, you could forgive them for wanting to give up, but they aren't, and that in itself is phenomenal.
Yeah, definitely give them some credit for kind of fighting through. Other, as we were talking earlier, other teams might just want to throw in the towel, say, all right, hey, we did our job, stuff happens, see, but these guys are still out there, so let's give them a lot of credit. They're working hard, making laps, and this is part of the, knowing the team's backstory. This is part of the experience.
And you don't just show up and win your first endurance race. It's for that to happen, it's a 1 in a million kind of experience, because it's I mean, even for some of the real life drivers that are transitioning across to using iRacing throughout the pandemic, those guys that are showing up, they've got endurance racing experience. They're not just showing up on iRacing and it's their first race and they're winning, top split, or they're winning second split, let alone some of these splits. And that is, it's difficult. It's difficult as a driver to take, because you think that you're prepared, and you are for the first hour. Even the second hour, you're prepared for. And somebody says to you, oh, well, endurance races, you take it a little bit easier. You drive the car easier, you take less risks. It's all about these sorts of things. Until you actually get out there and you get yourself in the mentality and you're actually driving it, it's you cannot just coach somebody into doing a 24-hour race. They have to experience it, and they will fail. And as human creatures, we need to make sure that we learn from that. And I think there's a lot of lessons here for the 92 car today.
Yeah, perfectly said there, right there. I mean, no one. It would be a completely freak occurrence if you won your first time out, and you're gonna take what happened today or throughout this race, and you're gonna apply it, learn from it, and figure out, all right, what can we do better next time? And this is great track time for these guys as well. To work as a team, to get on track, so they're well prepared and ready to go for next year.
I'm actually just having a quick look through at Andreas, who's in the 92 car at this point in time as well. His goal was to get to the end of the race. He's got very little sim racing experience, very little real life experience, and at age 38, it's very difficult to transition into picking up something like this. And he's done that. His goal was to get out here, get to the end of the race, and have a good time. And even though that goal may have been extremely difficult in terms of the stuff that they've had to experience and extremely frustrating, he's out here and he's going to achieve that goal. And that's goal setting, goal management, and that's what he wanted to do, and they're out there and they're going to achieve that.
And you can say at the end of it, I completed the 24 hours of Spa. We didn't win, we didn't have a great race, but we did it. And now next year, next race, we know things. He has the track time now. He's improved his skill sets. So I mean, this is a great opportunity for him and the rest of his teammates just to get out there and experience it, And also, you're on one of the greatest tracks in the world. I mean, why would you want to? It's almost like, why would you want to throw in the towel at Spa?
Why would you want to throw in the towel at Spa with night transitioning into day? This is one of the most beautiful time periods and one of the most beautiful.
You're right, it is. Well. And I when I was looking at my cam, one of the shots is like, are the colors off on something? And no, it's the light changing. As we look right here at this shot.
The glare coming back off the road surface as the sun starts to crest the hills in Belgium.
And there's something really magic about these GT3 endurance races. I can't put my finger on it, but if you look at, even in real life too, Spa, Nürburgring, I think it's the cars, the diversity of the drivers, even the paint schemes. You get a little of everything. It's such a great mix of personalities, cars. And GT3 cars are just so cool. Like, they're
They are, 100%. Oh, you've nailed the nail on the head. They are, and for these guys, remember as well. You know, it's the life motto of Andreas. Actually, just referring back to his data, is Porsche. He wants to live the Porsche experience. I understand that. Like, that is me in a nutshell. You know, Porsche. I'm out here. I'm enjoying the prestige that it is to be in a Porsche. I'm enjoying the sound of the engine. I'm enjoying the different style of building. Do things differently, but do them your way. You know, and you're on an amazing track in an amazing section of the world, built an amazing simulator with amazing lighting. You've got this opportunity, and he's embracing that, and it hasn't been easy, but he enjoys that aspect of it. I mean, if at the end of the day, coming out here and winning the 24 hours of Spa was easy, I mean, we'd all be doing it, wouldn't we? So
we wouldn't be what we're doing right now. We'd be out there.
100%. And look, I mean, one of the best moments, the experiences thing is so key, because I think we ended up winning. I was lucky enough to win 12 hours of Bathurst actually this year for the split that I was in, and one of my favorite moments of the race was actually I went through the entire field on stream and did a livery review on each of the cars, and one of the cars was like powered by Tacos Racing or something. And I was talking to the guys that ran that car, and throughout that section of the race, it was just like, you know, the delivery is on point, really pretty, really cute, very memey. As Marius catches a car in the wrong spot of the circuit.
You know, every time I go to the in-car, he tends to do that.
Can you stop jinxing him?
I think
that's a perfect view.
The last few times I've decided, hey, let's go to this great in-car shot. You know, we have these kind of moments. But as you're talking about liveries.
Yeah, the liveries was, you know, it was said to them, the guys from that team, hey, if you're powered by tacos, why is the taco not over your fuel filler cap? Oh my god, that's an amazing. Just talking to guys that, a lot of the guys in a lot of these splits are out here to be sociable drivers. They're out here for the fun of it. The winning is amazing. That's a great feeling as well. But they're out here to have fun with their mates and be surrounded by the experiences and learn. So
there's a guy in the league I broadcast on Sundays in the Spec Racer series, and his car is all potatoes. It's just all potato. It's like,
because they make ethanol for cars out of potatoes, don't they?
Is it corn?
Is it corn? Yeah,
I think it's corn, but like
powered by corn.
But it, you know, his car is just all potatoes. It's like, this guy gets it. It's probably, everyone knows what car it is. Everybody knows him because it's the guy with all the potatoes all over his car.
It would feel wrong if that guy was no longer in that race too, because he's just such an iconic part of it too. That's the best part.
He gets a lot of camera time. Solid driver, not star driver, but at the same time, you know where he is.
But you know that guy's out there and he's living his best life. From sun up to sundown, that guy is enjoying himself thoroughly.
Yeah, he's not taking himself too seriously. He's there to race. He's there to race hard, but he's not going to get, completely bent out of shape if something goes a little astray.
I had a really good conversation actually, talking about mindsets and mentalities, which you would know as Samsung.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep. So recently, during the 24 hours of Le Mans, just happened by my stream towards the back end of the race. We were just sitting there, just chatting. The race was basically over. There was nothing we could really do. We were inside the last hour. We were 2 laps, I think, to the car ahead, 3 laps to the car behind. So nothing was going to change in terms of race position. And we're just talking about mindsets and, what you do. And I said to him, look, I'm having this really frustrating period in my life at the moment. I know that I've improved as a driver, but I've got nothing to show for it. I'm keeping an eye here on Marius as he navigates. Xavier is the driver of the 55 car. So he's pretty keen to get a motor on here too, Marius as well. This is important, that he needs to get this out there, and he needs to keep a motor on at this point in the time, because he knows that he's quick. The car ahead has just come in for their next service on lap 3442. So Simon's, I believe, on his first flying lap after... No, actually, I think he is on his out lap at this point in time. So very, very crucial stage of the race where Marius is flying right now and wants to get by. And the 55's turning his race, turning his laps, turning his race. Makes a mistake. See, he's still out there on the track and he's still doing his job as well. So you've got to remember that he's got to be able to do that. So crucial for both Marius and him to navigate each other correctly. But yeah, so I'm having a lot of frustrations in my simulating racing career because I'm just over driving the car. I'm just making mistakes because I know that I should be better than I am. And do you ever get the feeling where you're just throwing more energy at something because it's failing, because it's not working, you're trying harder, and that's making you make more mistakes?
Oh, absolutely. Especially in iRacing, it happens all the time. You feel
and
like
it sucks the fun out of it sometimes.
You know you feel like you're maxing out at the same, but you're not as fast as you should be. Then when you look at the lap times, you're like, why am I so far down?
So you're just overdriving everyone. Eventually, that leads to a big mistake that ruins something. So I've been unlucky a lot recently. So obviously that feeds back into it, keeps driving that sort of frustration. So I just said to him, look, I mean, how do you keep pushing on? He said, at the end of the day, this is a hobby, and I've got to keep reminding myself that I'm out here, and even though I'm an entertainer, even though I'm a content producer, these sorts of things, and I'm making some income off of this. I'm out here for fun and for personal enjoyment. And at the end of the day, everyone that is out on this track is doing the exact same thing. They're out there for personal enjoyment. I've got to remind myself of that. Even though, yes, I may be successful. Yes, I've had these opportunities come up. I'm still here for personal enjoyment, and I need to focus in on that. And I tell you what, those last 2 weeks have been so sweet ever since he said that. Just reminding me of it as perfect opportunity. The 55 car they're out there, they're running their own race, they're enjoying themselves, and you've got to be conscious of the way that you interact with those guys, because they have their own story that is unfolding as well.
For sure. It's at the end of the day, none of us are gonna get rich off of this. It's the way most of us are we're all gonna go to work tomorrow or do whatever. We all put our pants on the same way, all those cliches. So I think that's a great idea. Just have fun doing it, and you look at.
Well, no, we don't all put our pants on the same way, because I'm upside down in Australia, so I gotta put them on upside down.
But the first that's like a dad joke.
Oh my word, Marius.
Oh,
as heart and mouth kind of moment for him there.
As we've been talking about things, the leader did pit. The no emissions motorsports car did pit. So the 91 is now one lap down.
And you know what? They're about 1 1/4 laps down at this point in time too. So they've gone from being 1 3/4. Marius has made up about half a lap over the last hour and a half. And that's big. That is, remember what we were talking about, 20 minutes ago, about these guys putting Marius in at this stage to alter their race scenario? That's important.
I'm just looking at timing and scoring, and the last time around he did do a 220. He's probably the only driver on track that, looking at our times, I believe he's the only driver that did do a 220 that time. Our leader did 223, our third place driver did 222, so as we've been talking about, he's been on it.
Yeah, I think the closest guy is actually Florian Shu at this point in time, running down in P5 in the number 2 car. Actually, no, Simon Bennis. Just having... Oh, no, sorry, apologies. I'm looking at best lap times. That may help a little.
No,
Florian...
Yeah, you're correct about Shu.
Shu did a 21.1, and then Balajan Francois down in P10 at 21.3 as well. Christian Dornick in 17th did a 21.5. Javier Sanchez Ibanez, 21.4, so basically a 21.5 out of that car as well. So pace is starting to come back up again for a lot of these drivers. I mean, something to note as well is the car that's actually done the fastest lap of the race, from my understanding, is currently Ridge Livermore with a 2:18.59. And he's running car number 4 down in P14. And, you know, you can be the best car all you want out on track, but if you don't manage yourself and drive to those expectations and have the team alongside you who are also of that understanding that you've got to still be a clean car at the end of the day, then it's not going to matter. And then a lot of luck is going to play into that as well.
Yeah. Or you could just have one really rabid guy and 3 kind of slow guys as well. Or you also hit, you know, as we're talking about, this is an endurance race, you're going to hit traffic. You know, was it how clean was your lap? You know, because everybody's kind of around someone, near someone, has to pass someone, stuck behind someone throughout this race.
Oh, that returns me to another point. I was actually looking at some statistics recently involved in truck accidents in the US.
Okay.
So it just popped across my newsfeed because I follow a fair bit of American stuff. Obviously, I'm a little bit interested in NASCAR and those sorts of things. So it does pop across my newsfeed. A lot of American stuff. I get a lot of American ads actually, even though I'm Australian. So this was an ad for something that they're attempting to create another level of speed limiter within trucks in the US to bring their speeds down. And the statistics shows rather than reducing the number of accidents caused by it, it actually increases the number of accidents, which brings me to the statistics portion of it. The reason that the number of accidents increased was because the number of car-to-car interactions was increased. A car-to-car interaction is any time a car overtakes another car or is side-by-side with a car at any point in time, which gets me back to the start of the race and why the start of the race is the most difficult portion of a race to manage and why you see so many accidents at the start of the race. Now there are a lot of factors, but if we're looking at pure statistical analysis, we're taking all other elements out of it, including weights, cold tires, fresh drivers, off paces, all these sorts of things. We're just purely looking at car-to-car interactions at this point in time. Highest number of car-to-car interactions during a portion of the race, this first couple of laps when everyone's grouped up together. And you've also got to remember that if you assign, say, a random value no, not a random value, a constant that is a percentage format of every car-to-car interaction that leads to an accident or contact between cars and those sorts of things. If you have 5 car-to-car interactions, because all your cars are running at the exact same speed, the car in front's running slightly faster over an hour period, well, there's going to be potentially no crashes. Whereas if you have 100 car-to-car interactions within a 5-minute piece of time, because cars are at different paces and cars have to change their line and sorts of things, more than likely you're going to experience an accident at that point in time. Which is the reason to not put speed governors on cars. Because if trucks out on a highway have to reduce their speed from the maximum speed set for that highway, they will have more car-to-car interactions because the other cars on the flow of traffic are running at a higher speed, so therefore they're catching these trucks. Whereas if you let the trucks run at the same speed as traffic, they're not catching the trucks, so therefore there's less car-to-car interactions. And each car-to-car interaction may be an overtake, maybe say 30 seconds, whereas, you know, because that car is only running 1 mile an hour, to use an American terminology for an American reference, faster, it will take a lot longer. Statistics! Yay!
Statistics! Yay! Learn something new every day here.
Which I thought was phenomenal. I thought it was really, really interesting that they're... Oh!
What? Let's see. I'm trying to figure who that was. I think it may be...
8 car?
Was it the 8?
I think it was the number 8 BMW.
Let me try to find the 8 BMW here for us.
It was Alejandro Monsal running down in P27.
Right. Thank you very much, sir. Let's see if this is it.
He looks like he's got damage already. Like the car was weaving about a little bit in the straight line.
Just kind of parks it, and
Great job by everyone involved, actually, to prevent a major incident there.
he had damage. Is not. He didn't. I don't see anything prior. Looking at time and scoring, nothing that stuck out that said, "Hey, we have to go back and look at that."
It could have just been a moment of he was looking away at something else and then looked back to the computer just before the braking zone. Sorry, look back at the simulator before the braking zone.
I think you can. I don't think it matters.
I think it's really odd to me that everyone gets their hackles up about it being a simulator and those sorts of things, because it's... I don't want to get political, which is the first wrong words that come out of your mouth before you're about to get political. But like, everyone's entitled to their own different opinions, and I love the fact that everyone has different opinions and discusses them. I love discussing things, and everyone gets annoyed about it. It just bothers me.
So
Anyway,
jumping back to an earlier conversation, we were doing our life and story bios with everyone. You know, you being a Supercross guy, what's your thoughts on the Lawrence brothers?
Never heard of them.
The Hunter and Jet Lawrence?
Oh! They're in
two,
Supercross at this point in time, aren't they?
Yeah, they're doing pretty well. They're, I think, second and third.
That's how much I've followed Supercross this year. I keep a very passing interest in it. I literally just like look at the highlights, maybe at the results, and I haven't done that for probably the last 4 months.
Jet has taken over the whole landscape at this point. The younger brother, just due to A, because he's fast as hell, and B, his personality. You know, he's developed such a massive fan base over here in such a short period of time.
Well, I mean, have a look at Eli Tomac. Guy goes about his very, very successful. Goes about his business quite quietly. You know, I don't think that if the media was a very necessary part of his career, that the guy would have much to do with them. Not necessarily because he hates it, more so because he'd prefer to just continue, keep his head down, and keep focusing on what's ahead. You know.
But Jet has that, but the brothers have these personalities, you know, these over the top, you know.
Yeah.
And they can back it up as well if they're on track.
Difference from you and me, they can back it up.
Yeah. I mean, they'll taunt each other. They'll get into it. They'll. I think there was an interview. I think Jet. I think either last year, before a dinner interview, out of a hot tub. You know, just doing things a little differently.
Good for him. I mean, if it's driving more people to the sport, driving more entertainment, fantastic. And that's what, you know, at the end of the day, the fans are always in there, and something that really grinds my gears at the moment actually is there's a tennis player, female tennis player, who's actually said that she's declined interviews recently due to her mental health.
Right.
A lot of people don't understand the mental toll that dealing with the media and the constant attention takes on you. I mean, the amount of celebrities that we've seen, you know, take really, to us, weird actions. It's to get the media to leave them alone, but of course that just drives more of a media frenzy, doesn't it? So, is that a position gain I've seen for this car? No, they're still in 30th. I thought I saw 31st on their windshield a while back.
I don't know. May have been an issue somewhere. But I mean, there's that scrutiny. There's, you know, if you're an athlete, you know, anytime you do something, it's, hey, why'd you do well, or hey, why'd you stink? Or just imagine if we did that every day. We came home from work, we had to answer, hey, why did you do a good job today? Or hey, why were you terrible at your job today?
I mean, the issue was for the tennis player was that she was going a threat of being kicked from, I think, either Wimbledon or Roland Garros if she didn't fulfill her media obligations, which is fine. I mean, that's what she signed on for. That's what you got to remember at the end of the day. But at the same time, you know, that maybe step down some of the media obligations would be a great way to go around it. But hey, we digress yet again.
Yes. I'm watching Marius around this lap car right here, because we know every time he gets near a car, it can be a little exciting at points.
Great job by the lap car as well. Very cognizant again of the position that they're both in. I mean, the lap car as well. You got to remember that he's sitting in P20 here. Is Paul Coburn, the car that he's passed. So, car that's still in contention with the cars ahead of him, albeit it looks like he might be in the area of 10 laps down, 5 laps down, 5 to 10 laps down, somewhere in that realm. From the next car ahead of them, but they're still going to race it. They're going to try and, keep moving along slowly.
Okay. I'm looking at where he is in comparison to who's around him.
I'm showing him
a few laps
17
down.
minutes from the next car ahead of him.
Yeah, he's a few laps down. I was just looking to see where he was in comparison.
Tell you what, closest battle in the field. There's actually a couple inside the top 10 at this point in time. Yeah, that's exactly where I was about to head. Was Bill Choice, I think, is about to make an overtake on Florian Shu, because Florian Shu's in the pit lane as we speak. Another one is Michael Small in P12. And 8 seconds in front of Francisco Sotomayor in P13. So these guys are battling on the same lap. Then you've also got the car that you flicked to just beforehand. Which was that Balajan Francois?
There's Francois right
sweet.
here.
And, yeah, so he's 7 minutes to the car ahead of him. I'm looking at the timing screen. I have a feeling I'm reading it wrong. So he's 3 laps down to the car ahead.
Yes, he's about 3 laps down on him, but Newberry behind him is 52 seconds behind him.
And Brett Ride is only 16 seconds behind him, which means the leader's in the middle of those 3. And conveniently, in the background, is the 91 car of Marius coming up on the 44 machine of Oliver Newberry. Love a good segue. Great for transportation.
This is always the tricky part of endurance racing when you're used to, short 45-minute, type of broadcasts, and then, you're used to guys being maybe a half a second apart, and then you're looking at endurance racing and you have battles. Okay, this guy he's within the same, half lap or...
And that overtake there is quite crucial for Oliver Newberry's race as well, because you've got to remember, like we said, he's 50 seconds from the car ahead of him. He does not want to have to get out of the way and lose excessive periods of time. In fact, the best thing that may potentially happen for Newberry is to settle in here behind Marius and uses Marius' straight line speed and the drafting potential to really pull him along. There's an opportunity here for Oliver to pursue his race. And in endurance racing, you're looking for these sorts of opportunities. This is an opportunity to not only be quick on the lap, because if you're very similar lap time as this car and they're laps ahead of you, normally in his shoes, I'm happy to let them go. I'm happy to let them punch the hole in the air. I want to just sit behind him and fuel save, because I'm pulling faster lap times for myself, and my next pit stop's going to be shorter.
I also take it as a learning experience. If a guy who's definitely a lot faster than me hits by me, I'm gonna watch him, see what he does. How can I pick up? Where is he braking? What's he doing that I'm not doing that makes him so much faster than me? Take it as a learning experience as well.
I'm loving. Oh man, I'm so enjoying this. This is my first commentary on an event over 2 hours in length. So.
Oh, it's a lot of fun. I was fortunate enough to work on a Indy 500 broadcast around Memorial Day, which was we had a blast. We had an absolute blast, especially toward the end of the race when things started picking up, and the story played out completely differently than what we expected. And that was just in about a 4 hour or so race. Right now we have about 9 hours left. There's so much that could happen between, now and then. And as we've seen in real life, too. I mean, if we look at Le Mans several years ago, Toyota dominating, and at the end, Porsche takes the spoils.
All because of a failure with, minutes left on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
It's something, you're looking at the tail end of that race, and we're just going, this is over. This is decided. There's nothing that can really happen to change this race, and then it did happen.
And that was a kind of a recurring theme a little bit. It happened twice. If you go back to your sports car history, and I believe it was '98, Toyota was dominating, and then some things went wrong, and Porsche won that one as well. As the 91 enters the pit, this might be the end of Marius in that car for now.
I think this is a very interesting pit stop to watch, because this will give us an indication of A, whether or not these guys are capable of still triple stinting these tyres, or what they're looking to do in terms of tyre stints as well at the same time of, is Marius going to stay in the car? What's their race plan from here? Because remember, we're going to go back to that timing sheet and say, hey, what's the go? Where are we heading with this?
I'd take a look and see where our leader is at right now.
Just a reminder as well, next weekend is the 4-hour iRacing special event for charity at Charlotte Roval, which I completely forgot about.
Forgot about the Roval?
Oh. Well, I mean, I wasn't ready for it. It took me by surprise. You know what? I've realized that. Remember how I said that I thought the 92 car had actually made a position up? I'm looking at the 02 on the front end of the 91 machine at this point, and it looks like a 12, doesn't it? In that lighting?
It does. You're right, it does. Not the biggest fan of the Charlotte Roval.
I am. It's not one of those tracks that creates overtaking, but it does create a lot of stories, scenarios, and driver drama.
The thing is, I'm also a traditionalist. I'm a NASCAR fan, I'm a traditionalist, and I think the real life aspect of taking, that October race, and which was always a pretty solid race, and turning into the Roval, I think it just threw me off.
You're allowed to be wrong. That's okay.
Everybody has an opinion. And granted, the Roval has been good. The Roval has put on some good races. But I just, as racing on the iRacing platform, I'd rather give me Spa, Monza, Lime Rock.
Totally fair.
Those three.
Oh God, no. No! How can you say this is blasphemy? Lime Rock?
Well, Lime Rock is also my home track. I'm 4 hours away from Lime Rock.
Okay. All right.
So that's why Lime Rock is the closest road course to me on the iRacing platform is Lime Rock. Been there several times. A wonderful area of the country. If anyone who's watching has never been there, very quaint, nice area.
So it begs the question: should NASCAR ever come to Australia and race at Bathurst? Because obviously Bathurst, it's not my home track. There are definitely circuits closer to me than Bathurst, but the same thing. Closest to iRacing circuit is Bathurst.
Put NASCAR at Phillip Island.
Ooh.
That track is not that is such a cool track.
The wind at Phillip Island would affect those cars quite heavily, actually. Because I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna reach out on a limb here and assume you've never been. Oh my God, that's a 29. That one definitely sticks out in the sunlight. So, position gain for the 92 car.
No, you can stick your neck out.
Okay. Yeah, you've never been to Phillip Island?
No, it's going to Australia is on the bucket list for us.
Have you made sure that when you come out, you've got life insurance, you've got all your everything's in order?
Okay.
He's not coming to Australia anymore. I scared him off.
It was my wife and I got married back in October, and before COVID, we were thinking about honeymoon ideas and whatnot, and we were thinking either somewhere in the east of like Japan, New Zealand, or Australia. So
New Zealand is beautiful. Oh my God, go to New Zealand, hands down. I mean, Australia's pretty, but obviously one of the bigger issues with Australia is definitely size. You can't experience it all. You could take a 3 to 4 week trek around Australia and you wouldn't see it all. You would get half to 3/4 of the way around the house, dearest. Half to 3/4 of the way around the country in 4 weeks around Australia. Yeah. So, but yeah, she said basically you wouldn't get to experience anything.
Duly noted.
So, but New Zealand, you can do it all. We planned a 2-week honeymoon and then didn't have the funds available to go. We were going to go caravanning basically around New Zealand.
You know,
And,
that's what friends of ours did. They rented a van and drove around the country.
Yeah, definitely recommend. The Milford Sound is amazing. We were looking at doing so much. The people are just, the New Zealand people are just phenomenal. If you ever do want to go journeying in a country and have people be friendly, offer advice, offer you tips to tourists, New Zealand's definitely the way to go. The Maori people are just so beautiful.
Kind of surprised hearing that from Nausea. I thought there was just that rivalry that, you know.
Oh, there is, but you cannot deny the spirit of the New Zealand people.
I thought there would be just a series of hate comms going on there.
Sporting related events, yes, 100%. But you've also got to remember that a Kiwi is currently leading the V8 Supercar Championship by a considerable margin, and Scott McLaughlin, another Kiwi, won the previous one. So right now our racing is definitely a little bit of a shambles. The New Zealand has definitely got one over us at the moment. Because you've also got to remember, he has his Earl Bamber.
Earl Bamber.
I believe he's Kiwi as well.
I think you are correct. I actually know you. Yes, you are correct.
And I mean, he's going from strength to strength, right around the world in GT series. So. But yeah, no, New Zealand, very, very beautiful. Their mountains, their picturesque lakes. Oh, the whole deal is fantastic. But the other side of that coin is that you've got to remember that Australia. I've kind of experienced a fair bit of Australia and what it has to offer. So, New Zealand's that forbidden fruit, if you would.
We did have a driver change in the 91 during that pit stop.
And that says to me that they would do a full tyre set, and I believe they have. They've done 4 tyres at their most recent stop. So I'm actually just having a quick look through the field. I'm noticing multiple recent transitions through the pit lane at around that 60-second mark, which what you're going to see from them, they're all drive-through penalties. So important to note is the 68 car with Simon Bernis behind the wheel at this point in time is running in P7. They've just recently served a drive-through penalty. And conveniently, Team Brit, there you go, Team Brit, the 68 car, in the back of the shot at the same time. Again, segways!
So Salius Brutus is currently in the 91 right now, and this is his sim racing experience is 8 months. So lots of credit to him. 8 months and in the Spa 24, and his racing hero, and this is a really unique one, Yuki Tsunoda. F1 rookie Yuki Tsunoda is his racing hero.
Yeah, man, it's all about them tie blankets. But it's also, I think if you also have a look at his life motto as well from Saulius, it's live life so you can tell stories better. And I think Yuki actually embodies that really, really well. You look at the guy, he's always having fun. And yes, the guy might get on the radio and he might blow up, and that's maybe how he comes across on the radio. But you have a look at the interviews that he gives about his radio chat. That's just who I am when I'm in the car. Any other time, I'm not that person.
And you talk about, you were just talking about radio, and coming from the broadcast side, the stuff you're gonna air is always gonna be the most dramatic, the most juiciest stuff. You're not gonna play some radio communication that's pretty bland. You're gonna find the spiciest, most engaging type of stuff that people will actually want to hear. And it does get blown out of the water. I think that happens with. That's why Kimi Räikkönen's become this cult hero in a sense, due to some of the stuff that he has said on the radio, whereas other guys might be more informative, might have better feedback, but Kimi just says whatever he feels like or whatever's on his mind.
Just give him the drink.
I'm not the world's biggest Lewis Hamilton fan, and I think sometimes the radio communication that they play doesn't treat him fairly from time to time.
I think it does, but I think it's on the same note. It was only actually earlier this week that I actually rethought of Lewis Hamilton the way that I've perceived him, and certainly his radio transmissions.
Well,
remember.
I should rephrase that. I'm thinking back to the era with him and Rosberg as teammates.
Yes, yeah. You've got to remember that this is a guy who very early on in his career was put up alongside Fernando Alonso, a guy who's a master of the psychological warfare. And I think he's still got lingering scars from that. But also, we're just talking about Yuki Tsunoda, and this is the thing that made me reconsider Lewis Hamilton. Look at the way that Yuki Tsunoda communicates on the radio. I actually think that Lewis is very aware of the way that he is talking on the radio, and I think he's doing it on purpose. So we're actually going to see car-to-car interaction right now. Lapped car, that is the 20 machine with Jeremy Weigel behind the wheel, running down in P22. At this point in time. That is TGC Racing. I believe we were talking about them. No, that's not correct. Car number 20 is Whiskey Oval. That's better. But the thing that made me reconsider Lewis Hamilton was definitely the way that Yuki Tsunoda comes across on the radio. The guy is a different character when he's in the car. And you've got to remember that. He's very intelligent, Lewis Hamilton as well. He's very, very aware of everything that he says. He's doing it on purpose. A little bit as well, but definitely, certainly a lot of his annoyance comes through. But that's just the kind of guy he is. And the other side of the coin could be the microphones that they use in the cars. They're not high-quality microphones. They are designed to get the message through every time. That's what counts.
Exactly. And also, we're doing this while drivers are in their job. At the high point of
peak adrenaline.
Yeah, and there's a reason why they're getting paid. Someone like Lewis gets paid for what he does. He does it really well, and that's his time. That's his time in the office, and we get to listen in.
Could you imagine if every single thing that you said whilst you were running away from something that was trying to hunt you down was recorded and broadcast to the world? I couldn't.
No. Be a lot of bleeping out.
You're sitting in the pressure cooker of competing for a role at work. You remember, guy's not just competing for world championship here. He's also competing to keep his job. Now he's very, very good at that. He's very successful at that. But could you imagine if you were in a pressure situation whereby you are competing for your job? Of course you're going to throw barbs at the other person. Most people would. So at the end of the day, he's definitely the better of the drivers that Mercedes currently have at their disposal. But we won't mention the elephant in the room, the GR.
The GR. Yeah, that's gonna be an interesting how that plays out. Does what was I'm trying to remember who had the phrase like what do you want your second driver to be like? Was it like 3 seconds off the pace sort of scenario? I'm trying to who said that. I'm trying to remember who it was, but I remember Gerhard Berger making a comment years ago that he had a dream that he had done the fastest lap of his life, and then he went back in the pits and found out Senna did it 1.5 seconds faster. I mean, maybe, there's a potential Lewis could see, hey, I don't want a really, really fast guy with me, because it could be Alonso and Hamilton 2.0.
Well, Hamilton and Rosberg 2.0, like, that was disastrous for Mercedes. Like, could you imagine working in that garage? You've got the world you've got the Constructors' Championship completely and utterly locked up, and the team is still tearing its hair out. Your staff turnover you'd have a very good chance of a high staff turnover during that period, and somebody had to go. And Rosberg stuck his hand up and said, "Hey, you know, I came here, I achieved what I want to achieve. I don't feel like I can achieve more in the current circumstances, and I'm not good in this environment. I've done what I came here to do. I'm done." Very smart, I think.
And we use the word teammate, and they are teammates, but it's such an individualized sport in many regards, you know. And even endurance racing, you know, you always want to be the fast guy.
That's why I pick teammates that are a lot worse than me. I get to dictate the strategy. I'm in charge.
you want to be, you don't. No one wants to be the slow guy. No one wants to be the anchor of the team.
Well, see, I mean, I do it because I've got friends that I race ovals with, and they're teaching me ovals. So the responsible thing in my direction is to teach them how to road course race. And ultimately, it's been a long journey, and that resulted with that team actually finishing. I did the 24 hours of Bathurst this year, actually, just do 12, and P1, P2. So that team got P2, and that was phenomenal for them. They put in a month's worth of work. When I first put those guys together, they could not do more than 2 laps without wrecking the car, completely trashing the car. So it wasn't about me necessarily grabbing slower teammates to make myself look good. It was actually me grabbing these guys and teaching them how to run the race. And then we got a week out from the event, and they were like, "You know what? You're going to run this race with us. You come drive with us because we think it's be very special for you to be driving alongside you." So, you know, and that's what it's about, friendships. And yeah, sorry, you're about to say something about the actual race.
I'm just looking at speeds and lap times. You know, it appears that the 91 did have the rabbit in the car, as the times have gone up just a tick. So Brutus's last lap was a 2:24, and the leading no emissions motorsports car running a 2:23, and other guys are now dipping into the 2:22s and a couple of 2:21s in there as well.
Track temperature hasn't started to climb yet. I'm wondering if, a few different things. A, whether rabbits are no longer in cars. B, whether a lot of these cars are actually on second tire stints. So therefore their pace is half a second to a second off. So there was a car stopped in pit lane exit. I'm just trying to grab a timestamp on that recently. Oh, I don't have one.
They crashed into pit lane, or?
No, they're actually on pit lane exit. They were just sitting there, according to what I'm seeing from the driver's chat at this point in time. I'm going to go back and do some investigating. I'll be back with you momentarily.
Apologies there as we move a few things around. here at the 92. Andreas Juvko in the car, currently running in 29th spot. Big credit to these guys for staying with it and staying strong and keeping with it. Yes.
Okay, so I've just gone back and watched. The car number was 94 of Andreas Hermann. He was stopped in the pit lane exit for about 6 minutes.
Huh.
He's going now, but it's right before you hit the cone, actually, to tell you that you're past the pit lane speed limit. So no, he's just past it.
This is it right here. So he sat at pit lane.
Yeah, he sat there for 6 minutes or so. So, well, I mean, his lap time was an 8:23, so that says to me it was 6 minutes. But having said that, he could have been in the pit bay getting damage repaired for an extensive period of time as well. So, I mean, I would say he was there for a number of minutes, but things look clear now, so that's the important part.
Strange things happen in endurance racing.
Driver could have passed out in the chair. Has happened before in endurance races.
Driver falls asleep.
If a driver can fall asleep behind the wheel in real life and cause incidents in on the roads, absolutely can happen in a simulation. In fact, it's far more. You don't have the G forces to tell you that you're actually moving, so definitely can happen.
Or the dog comes running in.
Yeah, another option. My cats like to stand between me and my monitor quite regularly, especially if they haven't been fed recently.
That happened in a race I was in. I want to say, God, maybe over the winter, where some guy's cat caused him pure chaos. Like the cat ran up and jumped in front of the monitor.
Oh my God, you weren't in one of my races, were you?
Is it an oval race?
Potentially. It has happened, I would probably say, during my iRacing career of I'm about 15 months in an iRacing career at this point in time. I think it's happened about 10 to 15 times in that period.
Over here, the dog just barges in. Usually the door is semi-shut. The dog will barge in to say that she's here. She says hello and then leaves. Oh, someone was off track there.
That's 027 once again. They're running in P8, so I think they've just lost, actually, P7.
Oh! What happened? I'll take a look at that. So here's the replay. Got on the curb. Oh! He just got clipped.
News is that actually wasn't pole position.
And someone Someone looks like they just had an issue trying to get into pit lane.
There is a bunch of cars at that section of the circuit at this point in time.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it wasn't the 21 car who I think is currently transiting the lane, or if it was one of the cars that was ahead.
Yeah, I think it's the 21.
So this guy, I believe, was actually in that same pack that was trying to overtake the 027 car.
Oh!
That looks like the right front's off the ground. There's the 027 actually right in behind them, following them into the lane.
Strange things occurring right now, and that's such a tricky area. Yeah, it's because
Speaking of tricky, Saulius having an issue trying to get the car down to Rivage. Yeah, I mean it is the width of the track at that exact point is actually very, very narrow. Getting it into pit lane, and I mean it's a tricky portion of the track, and the car that was leading, I did actually just forget, was it 21? It was the 21 car. They were struggling to get the car pulled up first at the chicane, then turn it across and get it into pit lane, then make sure they hit all of their marks perfectly. And look, driving some of these cars at sometimes is difficult at the best of times, let alone, you know, when you've just made a mistake. Maybe you're low on fuel, maybe he was trying to clutch it because he wouldn't have made it back into the pit lane as well. So look, it's just compound problem right there.
Yeah, difficult series of events for sure.
So, very interesting to note. So, after Saulius' stop, but before the leader's stop, previously, as we're actually going to see the number 2 car go down the inside of Saulius here. So that's Dominic Wack. He's running out of P5 at the moment in that what looks to be Alfa Romeo liveried Ferrari from Formula 1. Odd to say, Alfa Romeo Ferrari.
Aston Martin.
That one!
Yeah, I just saw the side of it. I just saw the side. I was like, green? And it... Yeah,
That's
it's the...
close. In my defense, for somebody who probably has dyslexia, it's, you know, close enough. But before the previously, the gap from Saulius and co to the number 9 of Simon Thorne's in No Emissions Motorsports car prior to the pit stop was, you know, half a lap between the two cars. Now it's down to 20 seconds is the margin effectively between the two cars on track, plus those 2 laps. So that, like I said, that is closed up quite dramatically. So Saulius' role here is just to keep punching laps out and not let that gap drift again.
Thorns has been
And he's
there a
in
while too.
heavy traffic as well. Yeah. Yeah, he has. I think this is his 4th stint in the car in a row.
I also want to see how Saulius handles traffic compared to his teammate. I'd like to. I'm curious to see how his approach is.
That's P3 that's just gone by them on track as well. They're currently running 9 minutes behind, so I want to say that's 5 laps down, so that puts that back down to 4. Actually, it was 4 laps, now it's down to 3. There's the differential. And Saulius, all cars just rejoining the circuit just ahead here as well.
Ooh. Hang on, everyone.
If it's going to go wrong, it's right here, that's for sure. So 4 cars tied together. Obviously 27 right here of one Maynard, 555 of Francisco Sotomayor, and Jeremy Weigel in the 20 car. All currently running together on track, as well as the 68 machine of Simon Bennis, just in behind these guys. In the team Ebrit. Entry just behind these guys.
Everybody doing a good job so far.
And look, by all intents and purposes, oh, another car slow on the right hand side of the road. I think that was Vince Lewis in the 30 machine. Yeah, it was. Running down to the P28, so that will be a position back for the 92 car, because that'll be an extensive stay on pit road.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that in 1 second. So, let's see what happened. Ooh.
You know what that looks like? Falling asleep at the wheel.
Take a
Is
good,
exactly what that looks like.
good in-car of that too. That was really strange.
If you've ever wanted to know what a micro sleep looks like, in terms of falling asleep behind the wheel, that is exactly what a micro sleep looks like.
And then you could tell when he woke up.
Oh, 100%.
Oh shoot. Yeah, so what? '92 also has had a driver change. Gonus in the car now.
He's actually on his outlap at this point in time as well. So these guys are up to P29, so they have grabbed that one spot that we were talking about, I think, what, 20 minutes ago?
Mm-hmm.
And depending upon how long Vince Lewis is in the pit lane in that Ferrari, that was the car ahead of them for position. That could be 12 laps gained back to that next car.
Based off of what we saw, I would say that's highly probable. Good job by Vagonis working his way around there.
And the car that he just picked off there, Ashton Riki, sorry, was actually the car behind them that's currently running on track for position. So it looks like we may have lost the number 10 car of Francois Mahe, because I'm not getting any data from that anymore.
Nope, looks like we've lost him.
I don't know if that's a computer that's had a micro sleep there. But these, I mean, you know, we've talked about how difficult it is to manage traffic, you know, when you're a leader, and you get those blue flags. I think one of the most, Francois Mahe actually just reconnected to the race. I wonder if they haven't had an internet connection drop out. Actually, looking at that, so Francois Mahe back in P30, we were just talking about. Oh!
Oh!
My word.
Think about how many scary moments there is per stint.
A lot more than you want there to be.
You know, probably especially at the beginning, and then probably as you get, probably till about and then this point. You know, because you have such a mix of cars, drivers, battle damage.
My word. I have a feeling that the No Emissions Esports guys might actually be in the pit lane at this point in time. No? Okay.
No.
For some reason my crew chief is still running, my crew chief app is still running and just said that somebody was pitting. And he said it was the leader, so...
Nope, I believe... Nope, I don't. Looking at our SDK live timing, it doesn't look like he had.
It was the number 4 car of Matthew Tebow. That's who it was. Technology breaking down when you most expect it to.
Looks like he's having an issue.
Speaking of technology breaking down when you
Yeah,
least
it's like
expect it to.
yeah. All of a sudden I was like, oh, what happened? Looks like there was a connection issue for that car. Because the Brutus
So what's your
looks-
targets in terms of iRacing, actually? Well, yeah, so Brutus
Might-
looks... You had a
You
comment
know-
there, brewing too.
My target? Yeah, it's a great question. You know, I've been, you know, when I first got into it back in February of 2020, I was fully into it. And then due to life, you know, life gets in the way, you know, post-COVID, you know, got married in October, and now wife and I are finishing up moving house and all that. So unfortunately, the actual racing part is taking a back burner. We're, you know, doing more broadcasts, but got my A oval, which I was excited about, and then I was like, you know, let's try some more road racing. So currently got my C class road racing wise, and I, you know, want to improve on that. I haven't been, I think since I've gotten the license, I think I've raced maybe 3 or 4 times just due to scheduling and what type of cars I like. So I'd like to, you know, improve on the road racing side. You know, that's probably my big thing. I feel like I'm a pretty solid oval driver, but I really need to work on the road racing aspects.
So what's sort of your iRating threshold? Or where are you now, and where do you think you're capable of? Because your current iRating oftentimes isn't a direct
Right.
reflection of where you feel you are as a driver. You may have had a few bad races back to back, and you know, you've fallen away a fair bit.
This may sound really sad, but I couldn't tell you my I rating off the top of my head right now.
That's perfectly fine.
I'd actually have
Where
to
would
look
you
it up.
would you expect to be in this field out here?
You know, I'd say, yeah, probably. I think I could hold my own. I wouldn't be the fast guy. I wouldn't be the slowest guy. I'd be that guy that you can trust to not crash the car. You know, that would put in the shifts. You know, keep the car clean, not lose spaces. I've always been. That's kind of been my strength as a racer. Is, you know, the ability to gain spots. You know, it's the steady Eddie style. I'm not the fastest qualifier, but I am a good starter, and you know, once I get into race pace, I'm pretty solid from there.
What events have you participated in previously?
I haven't done
What's
any
your
of the
goal?
I haven't done any of the big events. I just haven't had the time to do them. I mean, that'd be the goal,
Fair.
to do something like this, or even, you know, like a 4-hour type thing. You know, it's just been.
Well, I mean, you said you have an interest in Bathurst. Shall we target Bathurst next year? Would that be a lovely goal to have on the calendar? If you start practicing now, you might be able to keep it on the fence in a month's time.
That's the tough part of Bathurst, is trying to keep it off the fence. You know, maybe. Yeah, maybe we'll try Bathurst. You know, maybe we'll start practicing, and we'll get good enough that we can actually hold our own at Bathurst, and not you know, scrape the wall all the way down the mountain.
Alternatively, you could go full American, and your target's the Daytona 24.
Daytona 24, even like some of the big oval races, I would love to do those. You know, I've become a pretty good oval racer. That's, you know, I like, you know, the intermediate size style tracks, you know, but road racing wise, you know, I've gotten better. That's the thing I'm happy with. I'm consistently improving. You know, I've improved the craft compared to where I started out. And I've learned that there's some tracks I flow well with, and there's tracks that I'm just like, I'm just gonna pass. I'm not feeling this one.
What-
It doesn't suit me.
What do you struggle with? What's the real weaknesses for you?
The real weak. This is like a therapy session.
I was about to say, can I recommend you some Apex Racing coaching?
Yeah, you should. Yeah. I think it's
Product placement.
I think it's consistent braking points. You know, I think that's
braking
where
pressures as well.
it's the consistency of every single lap being dead on, exactly the same, and it's finding those braking points. You know, there's laps where, and I think sometimes I see someone in front of me, I get sucked into trying to get to them, and I get out of my rhythm.
definitely what I'd recommend to you then, Jonathan, is the same approach that Lee came across with. Always talk to yourself about braking points, turn-in markers, acceleration zones, you know, all of these sorts of different aspects. But from what I understand, and definitely something that's helped me a lot, coupled with an upgrade in equipment, upgrade in pedal box did wonders for me. Actually, keep our eyes on the racing here for a moment. The 13th place car of the 555 of Francisco Sotomayor, all over the heroes of our broadcast. Solus Brutus of the 91 Porsche.
And
I have a fair idea Solius is just gonna roll out here and let this happen, and indeed he does. 555 gets down the inside, pulls out.
And Solus has done a really good job during the stint of improving his lap times. You know, he was in the 26s, and he's now been in the 23s and 24s.
I'm not worried about the pace of the cars around him either. I have a fair idea the 555 is just going to low here at the end of the straight. That'll probably be their target. Hello?
Yeah. I'm with you.
Oh, somebody just jumped in the commentary booth. I was expecting to take my eyes off it for 2 moments, and of course,
The fantastic,
Dennis.
Dennis will be. I'll be jumping
The,
out shortly.
the fantastic Dennis Branch, yes, absolutely.
The fantastic Dennis Branch.
How are we doing, gentlemen?
We're doing pretty well so far. Dennis, yourself?
Good guy. I've been listening to you two for the last couple hours. I'm,
And you aren't traumatized?
I'm bedazzled. Are you kidding? What are you talking about? I have learned more about sim racing in the last 2 hours.
Have you learned about traffic statistics and what causes accidents?
You know what? I missed that part. I heard you segue. I heard you segue about that, but then I went to go, I don't know, breathe or something. I missed that part.
The long and short of it is that more car-to-car interactions leads to more accidents, because there's a constant, well, not a constant, there's a percentage of accidents that's basically a percentage of every car-to-car interaction will cause an accident, right? And the more car-to-car interactions you create, the more accidents you therefore create.
Absolutely.
Is that
And
kinda
accidents.
is that kind of like cautions breed more cautions?
Exactly.
Accidents breed accidents, yeah.
And the data backs that up quite heavily statistically. When do you see more accidents? Bumper to bumper traffic out on the road. When do you see more accidents? Cautions.
Yep.
Next step of where I was going actually.
In this therapy session.
Oh my word!
What?
Oh.
I am so
Have to
sorry.
go back to that. You can't just phase out and leave me like this, Jonathan. What are you doing?
I was going to the leader. The leader was in the pits.
I've done the same thing myself many times. No worries.
Oh, here we go.
God.
Here we go.
That's gotta be a code brown for sure for him.
No, wrong car. It's the 92. You're looking at the 91.
Oh, sorry.
Look, it's easy to get mixed up.
I gotta find him now.
I was just wondering who the Lamborghini was.
I'm trying to find this. I'm sorry.
You're right.
Too
What
much-
time is it over there for you?
It is 11:53,
Okay, so it's not too bad.
and it was. I'm just back from Guys Weekend.
And you're in the process of.
Yeah, I had to cut short our traditional Guys Weekend that we've been doing for about 14 years or so. But it's funny, the older you get, the more the how things change at those weekends.
Yeah.
Everyone's keen to go to bed.
I think last night we were all in bed by midnight, and that's
sad.
yeah.
But it's true.
Well, and it also earlier in the day was a 30-mile gravel ride with a like with a I think 1,000-foot climb at one point. So
That's all right.
there was a lot of suffering. I did it on a mountain bike. The rest of them did on gravel bikes. There was a lot of suffering. A lot of suffering.
So I was about to say you said ride, and I got excited because like we were talking about motocross earlier, and I can't be upset, but I can at the same time.
If we could find who that car was at the 92 gallon bottle, like probably could dig it.
It started with an 8, and it was a Lamborghini.
Not helping me. I took my eye off the monitor because I was like, oh, the leader's in. We gotta go to him.
I'll see if I can do some digging. I'll be. Could it have been the 008? They're in pit lane at this point in time.
008. I'll see. Let's see. I might be. Let me see. I'm gonna pull this up. So bear with me.
Was Hal Kermite in the car? He left pits and he's back in the pits.
This is prior to entering pit lane.
Yeah.
He's going.
Okay, so this is just him entering pit lane.
Was it when he was leaving pit lane or?
No, because they were on the track. They were going through. Oh,
Okay.
I'm horrible with this
I think
stuff.
hold on.
Names.
Stand by. Let me see.
Because the car looks.
He went,
yeah,
he
you know
went
what?
off
It
track
is-
here. Nope.
Oh, okay, it
that's
wasn't
not
them. Probably pick up an off track on exit, maybe. No, okay,
Nope.
wasn't them. Car looks right though, doesn't it?
It might be. There is a 009, I think?
They are no longer running.
Yeah, they're no longer running.
Could be the 81 of Corey Laude? Potentially?
And it's just one of those moments lost in time.
Alright, hold on. I think I've. Let's see.
And see, this is exactly what you were referring to a couple of hours ago about this is where a broadcaster would come in handy.
This is where a producer, a technical director, 3 or 4 spotters would come in handy.
Okay, so I don't think it was. Oh, it might have been the 81. It is the right section of the track.
As I continue to dig for this, I will find you.
I tell you what, I'm gonna go manually digging for it. I'll see what I can find.
I thought it was a Ferrari. I could be wrong.
Okay. But yeah, I would back you in far more than I would back myself.
The
in
great
right now.
debates we're having at 11:58 Eastern Standard Time. I don't know where you're located, Dennis. So
I'm in 2 hours further west, so it's
one of
only
those mountain people.
Yeah, it's only about 10 o'clock here. No worries.
We actually, it was the 81. It was the 81 Lamborghini they came across. So it was the 81 Lamborghini.
Okay. Let's see if we can find.
Give me 2 seconds.
The session number is in the channel for this particular broadcast. It's in there. Let me find it and I'll post it here. Hold on.
Everyone's having ranking memory at this point in time. There you go. Dennis is all over it. Dennis to the rescue.
Nice.
Yeah, so it was the 81 Lamborghini,
Yeah.
and they were just. Let's see what's happened.
By the way, is the project file in the drive?
They've just gone wide, coming through. Oh, the flip flop, the right,
do you have
left.
a time on it?
I think I do.
Let's see if I can. This will be my last big.
15:05:25.
I have it. This will be maybe one of my last moves before Dennis takes over for me. He goes off track. Oh, and then
the 92 had it scary.
oh no! Oh no! Okay, now I know why you guys were. I know why, Scott. You were really concerned.
Because I was not sure which direction. You flicked to it and the car was going in both directions. I couldn't tell which direction it was going at the time, so I was very concerned. Where were we? We were just about to talk about something. I was going to mention, yes, driver styles, driver targeting. You're good at the mile and a half, the intermediates styles of race course, as you said, on the oval side of things, John. Oh my word!
Oh.
Well, we've been talking about fatigue over the last hour, and what I'm starting to see is a whole host of fatigue setting in, because that is multiple cars that we have seen of note recently facing in the wrong direction at a very awkward section of the racetrack.
Very strange.
Track temperature has not budged, mind you. Track temperature still a brisk 19 degrees centigrade. So it's most likely not cars, not conditions, but drivers starting to make a mistake as we are heading into, for our American audience, the more difficult section of the night for you guys. European audiences are starting to wake up, so it would be the hours of the morning that would definitely be quite on edge for a lot of these guys. And we were talking about before as well the importance of having drivers from multiple different time zones and how much easier that makes driver scheduling, as Saulius looks to make a move on a lapped car. Once again, the 555 of Francisco Sotomayor. Well, Jonathan, what we've got? You just finishing up over on
I believe so. I'm just working
stream
getting
part
stuff
number 3.
together. So Dennis will be taking over in a few, and
just a reminder to our broadcast viewers from section number 3 of the race. Don't forget the link in chat at this point in time. Follow along that one. Alternatively, jump back over to the homepage of the Apex Racing TV YouTube channel. Click on the next section of the broadcast. Part 4 coming to you momentarily. Dennis has booted up that stream, so we'll be seeing a commentary change in the very next couple of minutes. So it'll be myself, Dennis, and Wayhan covering the next hour before I'll be dipping out. But no, Jonathan.
Yep. Hopefully you'll stay with us as long as you can, but if you have to go, you have to go.
I'll stay for a few minutes here just to confirm. I'm gonna say goodbye to onto my stream right here. And those who are watching,
I was just actually gonna